When were they not having a party? We're having a business meeting. This week, temperatures were as low as -4 centigrade in Norfolk, wherever that is. While Chillingham in Northumberland saw highs of 12 degrees C. Warmer in Chillingham. Meanwhile, the UK Health Security Agency has put a level 2 cold weather alert in place.
Warning, warning.
Not a warning, it's an alert. They have encouraged people to, quotes, stay warm. Good advice. You probably hadn't thought about that.
Correct.
There's a risk of freezing conditions until Monday, with temperatures continuing to plummet in some parts, and I sincerely hope your parts remain unaffected. The Weather Service is warning that the following regions will experience cold weather. You ready? The West Midlands, the East Midlands, the East of England, the South East of England, the South West of England and London, which sounds like everywhere to me. Met Office Deputy Chief Meteorologist Dan said temperatures in central and southern England are expected to trend downwards. Overnight minimum temperatures possibly getting to -4 C in some areas, which will result in some harsh frosts and possible freezing fog in some places. Drivers are advised to speed up and flash who is ever stupid enough to be doing 20 in a 20 zone and tailgate the car in front and undertake on roundabouts and generally drive like a lunatic because you are special and nothing bad will ever happen to you. Of course, if you're driving a car with a GT badge, you will already be doing this.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, a bookmaker said with January still yet to reach its third week and temperatures forecast to sink extremely low as the month progresses, we now make it odds-on to be the UK's coldest ever. He said Londoners, this bookmaker, Londoners, he said, can expect snow this month with the white stuff falling firmly odds-on. What does that mean? I've got no idea. It looks like English, but doesn't make any sense to me. And would you take a weather forecast from a bookmaker?
Yes.
Of course you would. Bet nah. Place your bets, bet nah. Tonight, clear skies across England and Wales. Frost and freezing fog patches. What? Frost and freezing fog patches. Have you heard? It'll be cloudier and milder further north and in the west some drizzle. Saturday, chilly, dry, cloudy, light showers in the west. Wow, the northwest are there. I could check that while you wait. Aha! What? Not raining tonight, not raining tomorrow, and actually sunny on Sunday, and Monday, and Tuesday, and Wednesday, and Thursday. Rubbish, there's something wrong with this forecast. Don't believe a word of it. Nonsense. Where was I? Sunday to Tuesday, becoming sunny from the north, dry and bright after early fog. Would you like to hear the long-range forecast for the next 4 weeks?
No.
OK, the first couple of weeks, this takes us to almost the end of January. And then we've only got one small month to go, after which, oh, can you believe it, we'll be through winter. And then we'll only have March, April, May and June to get through before it gets nice. So, till more or less the end of January, at first sunny spells in places, cloudier and windier in the north with rain. Temperatures near normal in the south, but milder in the north.
What?
In the north, milder. Then, less settled in the north, drier and more settled further south, light winds, clear skies, overnight frost and fog. And at the end of the 3rd January, maybe strong winds and cold wintry showers. Now, almost the first couple of weeks in February, which is usually the cruelest month of all. More unsettled conditions, heaviest rain likely to be across the northwest. See? Normal service will be resumed. Drier than average conditions most likely in the southeast. Temperatures likely to be slightly above average overall. Temperatures likely to be slightly above average overall? We'll take it. Right, here's a timeline of what happened today on the Titanic. Bodger Johnson is going to rearrange the deck chairs. According to the FT, the Financial Times, the Prime Minister is set to shake up Downing Street by culling officials and political advisers in an effort to save his job. He's going to terminate them.
Correct.
Changes will reportedly focus on Principal Private Secretary Martin you know Principal Private Secretary Martin Reynolds, don't you? Yeah, that's the response that you will be encouraged to make. They've strapped him to a dartboard. Changes will reportedly focus on Principal Private Secretary Martin Reynolds, who invited more than 100 people to a Bring Your Own Booze Downing Street party, and Chief of Staff Dan Rosenfield. Step right up, gentlemen, and throw yourselves under Bodger's bus, or he'll push you under. Your choice. Another couple of victims to the curse of the Bodge. Everyone he surrounds himself with eventually ends up as roadkill. Everything he touches turns to stone. Everyone he touches is a work colleague who just happens to have a stripper pole in her flat, but there's nothing untoward going on here, goodness me, no.
Disgusting.
As well as overhauling his Downing Street operation, the paper said, the FT said, Bodger Johnson also wants to end Plan B measures in England. Just anything, basically, to take our minds off him and the regime. I mean, declaring war on Russia is not completely out of the question. One ally said, he's still got allies. I hope you're keeping notes as to who is saying what about whom at this juncture in our lives. Don't let them get away with a thing. Everything they do and say now should trail after them like a bad smell for the rest of their lives. One ally said, according to the Financial Times, Bodger Johnson now has no room for mistakes. He said, everything has to go right for him to survive this, no further mistakes. Boris realises he's lost another of his 9 lives. This is a brush with political death. Can these people hear themselves? They're telling us it'll all blow over. They're telling us it's not what the public want to hear. They're saying we should talk about the vaccine rollout or the trade deal we secured with Tuvalu. Bodger must think he's a Jedi. These are not the scandals you're looking for. Except he's not a Jedi. He's Jabba the Gut.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And then a short while later, today, the Met Police said its position had not changed on investigating the parties. The force said it would only investigate reports of parties in Downing Street if the inquiry led by civil servant Sue Gray finds evidence of criminal behaviour. They're farming out the policing of the nation to somebody who's not the police. What do the police do meanwhile? They're facilitators. They're conduits. Like a pipe. Following a report of two more rule-breaking parties, the Met Police said its position has still not changed about whether they're going to investigate any potential crime that happened, in the past. Oh, they don't do that. In the past? Well, that's very old hat, that is. In the past? No, we only investigate crimes that haven't happened yet. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no standing around here, move along, or Priti Patel will slap your legs. And if you don't believe that is their attitude, just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, up pops the Brains Truss.
Oh, no.
She's Foreign Secretary. Can you believe that?
No.
Liz Truss said people should move on from the Downing Street party allegations. She told the country to turn its focus to other issues. Yeah, OK. How about the trade deal you signed with Australia, decimating our farming industry and benefiting us to the tune of £1 per household per year? And benefiting the economy by 0.01% over 15 years. Would you like us to focus on that, Liz Truss?
No.
Speaking of reporters, the Foreign Secretary said the Prime Minister apologised on Wednesday. He's made very clear that mistakes have been made. Mistakes. Whoops, just had another illegal party, tripped and fell over into a disco. You know how that happens. And they keep saying that phrase. The Prime Minister has made it very clear. Liz says, I do think we need to look at the overall position we're in as a country. The fact that he has delivered Brexit. No, he hasn't. They're still negotiating Brexit, which Liz Truss should know, because she is now our chief negotiator. What could possibly go wrong? She said we're recovering from COVID. Well, everyone's recovering at the same speed, Liz. It's just that we've had way more deaths than almost anywhere else. I think Russia, Brazil, the US. I think that's it. And then it's us. And fact fans, each one of those other countries has at least twice as many people as we do here. And yet we have a similar number of deaths. Well done, Liz. Well done, Bodge. Tremendous job. She said, we're delivering the booster programme. No, you aren't. The vaccines programme is the only thing that's gone well during this pandemic because you didn't deliver it at all. The NHS did. She said he has apologised. I think we now need to move on and talk about how we are going to sort out issues. You know, as though we can be instructed, like school children, as to what should occupy our tiny little minds. And she said she 100% supports Bodger Johnson to continue getting on with the job, which says as much about her as it does about him. Really? 100% support after everything you've seen? And then there was the apology to the Queen. Oh, my God. Which Bodger Johnson undertook to do personally by travelling to Buckingham Palace to deliver that apology face-to-face. No, of course he didn't. He's in a fridge, hiding. He sent his spokesmodel out. He said it's deeply regrettable that parties were hosted in Downing Street at a time of national mourning following Prince Philip's death. His spokesmodel said. Speaking to reporters, he said Number 10 has apologised to the palace. The building. Not the man responsible. You know, an address has apologised to another address. Although it's not really quite clear what he's apologised for. I mean, what's he apologised for? He hasn't done anything wrong in his imagination. Bodge keeps claiming that he's innocent, hard done by, nothing to see here. So if all rules were followed, what's he apologising for? Eh? And lastly today, the final act in the circus. People dressed up as Boris Johnson in blonde wigs and chanting, my name is Boris, gathered outside Downing Street playing loud music draped in Union Jack flags. We will party in the gardens and we'll party in the basements, and if we run out of booze, we'll send some underling out with a suitcase to fill it with bottles in the co-op, and we will never apologise, unless it's to Her Majesty, in which case we'll get someone to do it for us. What a way to run a country, eh?
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
How many parties to the moment? 16 it was on the news.
16
counted tonight.
17
16 parties.
17 parties on the wall. Mm-hmm.
It'll be, and then we'll get to 50 Shades of Grey, won't we? When she does a report.
Right.
Can we?
Sounds like a listener with material.
Oh no! Oh, there's that much material you wouldn't believe it.
Right.
Well, I mean, it's brilliant for material.
I shan't listen to it, but go ahead.
Don't you want any material?
No.
Oh dear. And you don't want homework?
I want opinion. I certainly do not want homework. No, homework. It's the weekend.
What are they paying you for then?
I give opinions, and I try to be funny. You don't try to be funny unless you're unless you're a trained professional, Graham. And I want to see visible proof. But thanks for that. That was great. 50 Shades of Grey. Must have been up all night thinking up that excellent stuff. Call any time you like, as long as I'm not here. Joseph texts, Johnson is following a rule that doesn't exist, as fully vaccinated people who come into close contact with someone who has tested positive do not need to self-isolate. Well, you're just mixing us up with facts, Joseph. Archie texts, do you consider Jacob Rees-Mogg a heavyweight? Oh, dear. I mean, really, it is just a comedy clown show over there, isn't it? Buttocks. Anyway, Archie said, and if so, if I consider a Mog a heavyweight, Smug, Jacob Me Smug, who would you expect to emerge victorious were he to step into the ring with the formidable Charles Hawtrey? I've got detailed files on him. I'll get to that in a while. Caroline texts, it's all about Operation Save Big Dog now. Big Dog. Is that what he thinks of himself? He's the big dog. Well, he's big in some way. Satire is dead, says Caroline. Oh, I'm not sure about that. I think satire is running really hard to keep ahead of the truth, because the truth keeps overtaking it in the amusement stakes. Difficult to be funny about something that's just flat out hilarious to begin with. Oh, by the way, me and Carol McGiffin, talk about flat out hilarious. Me and Carol McGiffin do a podcast which is called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol?
Yeah.
And we've just done our 100th episode. And people have asked us to play clips again of some of their favourite bits from the last 100 episodes, and I've stuck them on the end. This will come out on Monday, and I've stuck them on the end. And there's one in particular that's, I don't know. I laughed probably more to that than anything I've ever laughed at in my life for some reason. Something's just, if I'd read the same thing on another day, it probably wouldn't have struck me at all. But it just, like, the planets align and some things just send you off. And we were both in absolute hysterics. So if you haven't checked it out yet, there's 100 up there. It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol?
Oh, right, yeah.
The idea is people send us their problems and we try to solve them, but frequently get sidetracked and distracted. So don't rely on help, but if you want us to have a bash at your issue, send it to the following address: nickandcarol@global.com, nickandcarol@global.com, and prepare for a mild amount of satisfaction.
Oh, right, yeah.
But the 100th episode's out on Monday. Ask for it on an internet near you. What's your problem with Nick and Carol? Oldbury, Ranjit.
Hello, Nick. How are you doing, mate?
Good, thanks.
You know what? Part of the Houses of Parliament, yeah?
Part of them?
The Houses of Parliament are supposed to be a sacred place, isn't it?
A sacred place?
Yeah. In not like in a religious way, but as in an office of high esteem.
Okay.
Yep. That's what it's supposed to be. Okay. When I was at school, we used to have a thing to assess how good we was, that we had a reading age.
How good we was?
Well, forget my poor English, okay, because I never went to Eton.
I set your reading age at 6.
6, okay, that's fine. That's really good.
6 years old today. What did you get?
I
got jelly and cake and a clown.
Yeah, right. Now, when people tell lies, yeah, and try to hide the truth, what reading age would you give Boris Johnson when he said, well, I never went to the party, but I walked out my office just after 6, and I was back in my office at 25 past 6, and I've seen people...
Yeah, a full 24 hours later, 25 past 6, yeah.
Yeah, right.
But, when you're out there going mental... Time just flies by, doesn't it, when you're out your mind?
Yeah, have you seen all the videos that...
oh, my God, that dancing thing. This bloke's just called in. I can't unsee the video of Boris Johnson dancing. I am traumatised. When I first saw that on Twitter this afternoon, I didn't believe that what I was looking at was real. I thought it was one of those true fake videos, or real fake, whatever you call them. I thought somebody had stuck his head on some gargantuan-bodied dancer. But no, it was Boris Bloomin' Johnson himself.
Oh, no.
Who was dancing around an otherwise empty dance floor, apart from one woman with bizarrely, a lightsaber.
What?
What was she doing? What was he doing? What was going on there? But anyway, I looked it up on the World Wide Web, and apparently it was an actual event that really happened. And you'd have to think, am I hallucinating or is this real life? What colour pill did you take, Ranjit?
Okay. Now, the other one is, the establishment, right? They're supposed to be a firm in this country that's well above the government and everything.
Oh, my God, what are you talking about?
Right. So why can't somebody step in and say, right, enough is enough, Johnson. We're sending you to the loony bin, mate. That's enough.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, mate. Oh, painful. 0345 6060 973. More listeners with material.
Oh, no.
Stop writing stuff down. I just want to know what you think. That's all. I don't want a stage show. I won't get one single call for the rest of the show now. They'll all run away. But look at the texts and the emails. I've got about 1,000 of them to get through already. God, I'm not even half an hour in, and already I've got too much material to read to fit it into one brief 3-hour show. Michaela texts, remember the good old days when Boris Johnson tried to claim that he was part of a random sample in order to worm his way out of isolation? It seems several parties away now. Ah, the good old days. Yeah, he was going to sign up for a special scheme that he invented on the spot. Ain't that right, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Matt says, to be fair, it would appear that the hardest working person in the country was the number 10 party planner. So is it any wonder they need a break to let their hair down a couple of times a week? I just cannot believe it. It's like day after day after day after day after day after day. There's another one, and there's another one, and there's another one, and there's another one. Oh, my God. Did they ever do any work sober? This says, that's not fog, it's smog. Yeah, there was a lot of that about. There was a lot of that about today. London was apparently all smogged in. And I think even the mayor said...
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
You could go out and do exercise in London, and you could breathe out, just don't breathe in. That was the official advice of the Mayor of London. No breathing in. Sam takes, maybe he says, there's that much going on these days. Maybe you should consider doing a monthly A to Z. No, I think that would be overkill. Let's just stick with the once a year, eh? And Shine a Light tweets, the Queen asked the PM to form her government, and he has brought this country to shame. The Queen should now request the PM to stand down. Only by royal assent will this disgrace for Prime Minister be dismissed. It's got nothing to do with the Queen. She's not going to stick her oar in and give him the heave-ho. It's weirdly, it's up to a bunch of harumphing old geezers, those people, who decide who's going to be the next leader of this country. Democratic, yes?
No.
No, not to my eyes. Paul tweets, we should be very careful about what we wish for. I know it might not seem possible to some, but there's worse than Johnson lining up to take his place. Yeah. As alarming as that might sound.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Painful. Declan emails, Andrew Windsor, formerly known as Prince. Yeah, the artist formerly known as Prince appears to have lost a bucket full of honorary titles. Should Sue Gray be called in to investigate? Absolutely. I mean, to lose one honorary title is unfortunate, but to lose all of them, well, that just seems careless to me. So what are we supposed to call him now? Your most fabulous bigliness? Your enormous marvellousness? Something like that? I'll go with that. If I ever bump into him. On a plane. Peppard Common. Where's that, Philip?
Yes. In South Oxfordshire.
Is it?
Yes.
Well, that sounds marvellous.
It's very nice, actually.
Philip, you have to stop. Hold. You have to turn your radio down because you will hear what you said 7 seconds ago, and it will fry your brain. You won't be able to cope. Believe me.
Yeah.
There you are.
Boris Johnson was head of in Henley.
What now?
In Henley-on-Thames.
Oh, Henley, right, Henley.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they built a new hospital in Henley.
They built a new
But it
hospital in
wasn't
Henley,
him.
right.
How
how
friend
is
of
it?
mine. Oh, it's very good.
It's a lovely facility. Almost makes you want to
Yes.
get sick to go there.
Well, no, it's 50-50.
What does that mean?
Well, it's built for. It's not an emergency.
Right. It's built for not an emergency. They have
It's not A&E.
right a non-emergency ward. If it's
Yeah.
if you're not that bothered, just
it's
doctor,
a nice- but-
doctor, I've lost my TV remote. Please help me. Yes, certainly, sir. Take a seat.
So he was the in Henley, the boss.
Henley, yes.
Yes.
He was the boss of the hospital in Henley.
He was voted. He was the MP for Henley.
Right. Okay. We're
But it wasn't him what done it.
eking the facts out very, very slowly. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry about this. But it wasn't him what done it. It was the people what done it. What did it?
The people are responsible for putting him in that position in the first place. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
The masses are asses. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
So
Correctamundo.
he just had the face.
He had the
He
face.
did nothing.
What a beautiful
Seriously?
face. Yes.
He did nothing.
He did-
And there's a lady what lives up the road, right? Now, I'm a Labour man,
Yes.
right?
Hmm.
I live here.
You live there.
Yes,
Right.
right? But I was Norman Tevitt's little boys.
What does that mean?
Well, I was told to get on your bike,
Oh. Right. That's not where... Okay.
right? So I'm conservative.
Yeah, you got on your bike. How far did you get?
Well, I got a long way, actually,
Right.
right?
Well, if you...
And I have my
if you-
own home and everything.
If you ride 10 miles a day, by the end of the week, you'll be 70 miles away.
Well, but in them days, you would, it was the truth.
Oh, don't... we can't we can't handle the truth, Philip.
Well, we can, in a certain way, but Margaret Thatcher, right? And honestly, I come from the north.
Yes. Margaret Thatcher. Hmm. Oh, he just hung himself up. He just hung up on himself. It's a dream come true. If only he'd hung up on himself 5 minutes earlier, I wouldn't have had to sit through that. No offence. What was that about? 0345 6060 973. Now we'll never know. Paul tweets, oh no, I've read that. Declan says, I've read that one. Wow, I am doing very well. Way ahead of schedule. No idea where we're going, but at least we're right on time. Bruce emails, I'm coming to London in the next few weeks. Well, that sounds like a threat. And I'm looking for a good party venue. Ah. Any recommendations? Also, what's the best way to remove expensive wallpaper? Asking for a friend. James texts, will Bojo be using the 350 millionth pound Brexit bus to run over all his officials? Well, that's not quite what you meant. The 350 millionth pound, million pound in it. Yes, he will. Yes, absolutely. That bus that he pretends that he never saw, he never sat on it. Bus? What bus? Yeah, that bus. Marion says, got your A to Z this week. Well done. I'm just concerned at the typos in it. But bad one on the back cover. I've fixed that. It was a printing error. They spelt appalled wrong. What? Can you believe that? Idiots. Marion says, I assume you didn't proofread it yourself, as I know you are a brilliant wordsmith. See, the problem with proofreading what you've written is you just can't do it. Because you know what you meant. And so your brain fills in the gaps and covers over the mistakes, so you can't see them, which is why you need somebody else to proofread it. But I didn't have that. And so, yes, there was a spelling mistake on the back cover of the print version, which I have now corrected. So if you're one of those lucky people who've got the version with the spelling mistake on the back of it, wow, aren't you sitting on a fortune?
No.
I should mention what it is I'm talking about. The A to Z that we did over Christmas and the New Year, I put it in a book, along with my sort of month-to-month commentary about how last year went. Picking out some of the funniest stories and so on. So that's in a book. It's called The Ups and Down, The Cheese and Wine of 2021. And it's on Amazon. £1.77 in Tree Lover ebook form, £4.50 in Tree Hater paperback. Perth, Alex.
Hello.
Alex.
Hi there.
Hello there.
Hi there.
Hello there.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Nick. Yeah, the radio was off, and I didn't have speakerphone on. Yeah, just to say about the latest stuff.
Stuff?
Yeah, the latest revelations.
Oh, right, those.
Right. I just want to say thanks for all your good work for all this last 2 years, because I had never heard of you 2 years ago, because
no, me either.
I didn't have LBC before for at least 10 years, because I moved back to Scotland about 10 years ago, and I didn't have a digital radio.
An internet?
Well, the internet, yeah, but, anyway, I got a radio. There's LBC, and I remembered LBC from 10 years ago when I retired in England from working in mental health for about 15 years and working as a counsellor, psychotherapist.
Yes.
Tonight I've had a few G&Ts, and I thought, this is the night to phone Nick.
Couple of G&Ts, booze, right?
No more than that. I thought Nick doesn't mind a few stumble bums on a Friday night. I will do that. And I thought, well, okay, well done, Nick, because your programme has been consistently the best for about the last year that I've heard, that reveals the state we're in, as it were.
It reveals it in all its icky glory.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I'll tell you, I don't know if you want me to get technical about the programme.
No.
The first time I ever... No, you don't. The first time I heard you, I thought, he's not quite Danny Baker, if you know who that is. I'm not criticising any other presenters. But
Alex, I've heard this over and over and over again my entire career.
Well,
people say, when I first heard you, I thought, I don't like it. It's not what I'm used to. And that's your immediate reaction to something that is not what you're used to. I don't like it. And then they say, but then I listened to it again and I thought, yeah, all right then. Or words to that effect. But I appreciate it, Alex.
Thank you.
Josie texts, anything the Bodge says is about as wispy as flyaway as his hair. Yeah, I wonder what it looks like wet. I bet it looks as wispy and flyaway as you know whose.
Oh, shut up!
Exactly. Pete texts, do you think Bojo is now overcompensating for his previous COVID rule breaking by going into self-isolation when he doesn't actually have to? No, I think he's hiding, is what I think. I think he's using it as an excuse. I bet that there is no such family member who has just got COVID. Or if there was, I bet it's not the first time, but I bet but I bet it is the first time that he has gone into isolation, having come into contact with one of them. I mean, who wants to take that bet? There's so many people getting COVID now that I wouldn't be surprised if a family member of his caught it, but I'd be less surprised if no such person existed. He just made it up. But if they do exist, a family member of his has caught COVID, I bet this is the only time that he has thought that he should go into isolation because of it. He's hiding. Ain't you, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Edward texts, I'm wondering which person during the bottoms-up spree broke baby Wilfred's swing. Well, I don't know that this is true, but my money would be on Therese Coffey. Therese Coffey released a statement. She said, I was having a cigar and this moving chair broke from underneath me. But I wasn't there and you can't prove nothing, said Therese Coffey. Roger text, it will be nice and warm in May 2022 as it was in May 2020 when everyone in SW1 was at a party. Well, maybe it will and maybe it won't. We don't know. We'll know when we get there, eh, Roger? Let's have a call in Middlesbrough. Terry.
Hi, Nick.
Terry.
If it's not too late, Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, Terry.
I wanted to share a thought about Sue Gray, but before I forget, at the top of the show, you talked about Chillingham.
Chillingham, yeah.
Yeah. Now, I think you'd be interested in this.
I doubt it, but go on.
Chillingham is in Northumberland.
Is it?
And I've been to Chillingham, and at Chillingham, there's a ghost walk around Chillingham Castle.
Wow.
And do you know who owns Chillingham Castle?
Smug.
No.
Don't tell me.
Dominic Cummins' father-in-law.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Actually, I can recommend the ghost walk.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's a no from me. And furthermore...
No.
No.
And anyway, the thing I wanted to opine on, Sue Gray. Now, I'm not a student of history, but I do listen to LBC a bit, and I have got a bit of a memory, so I can remember, back a few weeks, and everybody's
right.
Well, yeah. So everybody, all these cabinet ministers at present and various other grandees are talking about how Sue Gray is the best person to do this investigation.
Yeah.
And I don't want to impugn her reputation at all, but what I would say is she was the second choice because Simon Case was the first choice.
Yeah.
Because it would have been so much easier for him to investigate it because he was at one of them.
Yeah, that's right. So he recused himself. He just remembered. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm investigating myself now.
Didn't it take him a week to recuse himself?
Right. Well, when you're when you have that many parties, then they all sort of blend into one. Who can remember who did what with whom and where?
Yes, but I just think if we really want to sort this out, and Bodger wants to get his reputation back, what they should do, well,
climb into a time machine and go back 10 years. Yeah, good idea.
No, but what I would suggest is if we really want something truly independent. We've got to have something independent of the Met Police because the Met Police can't really. They should recuse themselves because they're there monitoring the CCTV in Downing Street, and they're actually there, wandering around checking people in, and so they are aware of all these parties. So
you'd think
really,
so.
the best thing to do is to get, I don't know, Police Scotland, Merseyside Police.
Yeah, or how about no one that has anything to do with the police? Because I'm sure that they're all they are connected. Like the mafia.
Absolutely.
Like the mafia is connected. I'm sure they're all connected with each other. How about somebody who is actually independent? People talk about minister after minister after minister has come out and said, well, Sue Gray is absolutely the right person for the job. She is very independent, and I know this because I know her well. Every single one of them has been saying that she's the right person to investigate them because they know her well. That doesn't really sound very independent, does it?
Yeah, you're right, and you've shot a hole in the logic about different police forces because you're right. I mean, they will all, the senior officers will all know one another, and it's people from the provinces that get jobs in the Met sometimes.
I think we need the gendarme. We get the French police over here. Hands up, who's with me?
Well, a judge? Judges are independent.
Oh, you mean an enemy of the people? One of those?
Well, we're struggling, aren't we?
Well, Terry,
Actually,
it doesn't make never mind what Sue Gray does or does not say, because she is investigating essentially her boss, and she will present her findings to her boss, and her boss, Boris Johnson, will decide on what part, if any, of her findings will be made public, and what punishment, if any, Boris Johnson deems necessary to dole out to Boris Johnson. That's where we're at.
It's absolutely... I've just remembered, actually, the last time that somebody wanted to do an investigation into the so-called establishment, this was like a child abuse inquiry. So didn't we go halfway around the world to somebody from New Zealand?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I can't remember exactly, but they won't make that mistake again. All right, listen, thanks a lot, Terry. 0345 6060 973. Isn't that incredible? Doesn't matter what Sue Gray says. Doesn't matter how independent-minded she is. Doesn't matter what she uncovers or what she suggests. Boris Johnson is marking his own homework. Why doesn't he go all in and just get his dad to investigate him? Or why doesn't he invent a family member? You know, the one that's got COVID, and he or she or it could investigate him. Maybe one of those ghosts that populate that castle that bloke was talking about could investigate Boris Johnson. It's an invisible ghost, and you can't see, hear, or touch or feel it. But believe me, says Boris, they do exist, and they've been looking at this issue forensically. And they will whisper in my ear what their conclusions are, and then I'll tell you. Yeah, we trust you. Go ahead. Gordon says, what about Smug calling Douglas Ross a lightweight? Yeah, well, I will talk about that, but there's not enough time before the news. I'll need to clear some space. Every day and every way, it just gets... Well, I was going to say funnier and funnier, but it sort of does. But I think I'm through finding it funny anymore. Bromley, hello, Joe.
Hi, good evening.
Joe.
I mean, it's just a sorry state of affairs, isn't it? When has a murderer been able to say he comfortably knows the judge that's presiding over his case? It's beyond a joke, Nick. It's actually getting scary. We all put our lives on hold for the past 2 years trying to do the right thing to make sure that we all come out of this with a strong economy and people alive. That's all it is. We all thought we was doing the right thing because we was trying to save people's lives.
It is scary, Joe, because what they're actually doing while we're all concentrating on this is much, much more serious, and that it is that they're taking away our ability to protest against the regime. They're actually doing that while our attention is focused elsewhere. If I did think that they were geniuses, I would suspect that they were actually manufacturing all of this superficial stuff just to distract us, while the real business of installing themselves in power forever actually goes on virtually unnoticed.
I thought the exact same thing, because let's be real, a lot of people were having parties and gathering. We can all say we've done the right thing, but there was times where we just had enough. You wanted to see your mates, you wanted to see your friends, and some of us did take liberties, me included. I'm not going to deny that. But when it's the Prime Minister doing it, you've got to think, listen, the only reason they've let this come out is because there's something else that literally this needs to take up all of our time, because there has to be something going on. These people are taking us for mugs. We've been taken for a mug since this pandemic began.
Well, what gets me is that they're not, Boris Johnson, isn't shy about laughing at us. Really, I mean, when people ask him questions like, these details keep coming out again and again, and he'll say, well, I followed all the rules, and they'll say, well, you can't possibly have followed all the rules because the rules were this, that, and the other, and he'll just start laughing, because this is always the way it's been with him ever since he was a child. That letter that his housemaster sent when he was a kid at Eton came up again today, and he's the same person now as he was then. I can't remember the exact wording, but it was something of the order of. He said that Boris Johnson seems aggrieved that anybody should expect him to obey the same rules that apply to all of the rest of us. As a child at Eton, his housemaster or his chief wizard or whatever they call him sent a letter to his dad saying that. Aggrieved that he should be following the rules that apply to everybody else. And also upset that he hasn't been made king of the school or whatever blooming title these people give themselves. Same haircut, same unruffled Just Williams styling. He's the same now as he was as a child. And he's just been getting away with it his entire life. He just thinks it's funny now, actually laughing in our faces. And there's still a considerable number of people who think, oh, stop picking on him, he's doing his best. God, it's vomiters. Let me take a call from this person who is in Hillingdon. Oh, I used to live near there. Hey up, Harry.
Hi.
Harry.
Is that me?
It sounds like you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Abbott. Last time I spoke to you, I was so angry and nervous. I couldn't put my words together.
Oh, yes.
Just wanted to say thank you for taking my call, and I'm a great fan of you, sir.
Well, thanks.
I look forward to every weekend, and I keep awake till 12 o'clock to listen to you, or 2 o'clock, whatever time you are there.
Yeah, I listen every week. I've got no idea what time you're on, but you're absolutely my favourite, whatever your name is. Yes, yes, Harry. Of course.
I look forward to it, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Just a simple point, sir, that now Mr. Johnson is in the mood of apologizing. So I was thinking he has the audacity that he should stand up and say, I apologize for all the things I've done wrong, which I cannot correct. But one thing I've done wrong, which I can correct, and that is reverse the Brexit. I bet you he'll become the most popular man in this country and will become richer. What do you think?
Well, to reverse Brexit.
Reverse Brexit.
Well, that's not a completely crazy assertion on your part, because there was a poll just out that asked...
oh, I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Yeah, not this one. There's quite a few polls. I've got quite a few polls. I'd have to find the actual one that I'm after.
Oh, I didn't know about the polls.
Oh, here we go. Hang on a minute. Wait there. Hold on, Nelly. In hindsight, do you think Britain was right or wrong to vote to leave the European Union? This is it's a YouGov poll. It's a YouGov poll. YouGov closely associated with the Zaphod Beeblebrox. Numbers man.
And 1, 2,
3,
11.
No. A poll carried out by YouGov this week, 56% of respondents believe that the PM should resign over his role over the allegations.
Mm-hmm.
Who would make the best Prime Minister? Keir Starmer, 35%, Boris Johnson, 22%. Wow, that's got to be the first time that Keir Starmer's been in the lead like that, and not because of anything that Keir Starmer has done, by the way. He's just stood there with that hair. You know his hair, right?
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
You just don't. But he does anyway.
Well, I don't know. Mr. Stammer isn't a bad PM, will not be a bad PM. I think he's more of a thinking man rather than a showman. So that's why he doesn't come across as well as Johnson comes.
Right. Well, I think we're overdue less show.
Yeah, that's possibly what it is. And he's from some of these policies which he supported the government, which shows that they are more sort of interested in the country rather than the party politics.
Right.
In many ways.
Okay, but as for your assertion at the top of this conversation, there's this question: how well or badly do you think the government are doing at handling Britain's exit from the European Union? Well, 28%. Badly, 60%. 60% of those that expressed a preference said the government is handling Britain's exit from the European Union badly. 60%.
Well, I think that if he says, I will reverse the Brexit, he'll get all those 60% votes, won't he?
Maybe. In hindsight, do you think Britain was right or wrong to vote to leave the European Union? People who thought we were right to leave, 38%. Wrong, 50%.
But in my opinion, even the foresight or hindsight or any other sight, it was wrong decision.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, it don't make no sense to me, or anybody else that thought about it for 10 seconds, other than to think that it might mean fewer foreigners living next to them. Oh, and something about, taking back control. Some airy idea about, we're going to be masters of our own destiny from this moment on. As opposed to crawling across the carpet and begging Australia for a trade deal and hoping beyond hope that India will give us a trade deal. And, of course, if they do, then it will be they will require free movement of people so that people can come from India to come and work here. What? Which I do not believe is what the good people who voted for Brexit had in mind. But thanks for that, Harry. 0345 6060 973. Jane says, how arrogant Liz Truss is telling everyone to move on. How dare she, says Jane. Very, very cross. She clearly doesn't get it. She should realise people move on when they're good and ready to. We're not. Perhaps the whole government should move on for good, says Jane. What a concept. What, you mean do the right thing? Yeah, I think that boat's sailed and sunk. Yeah, they're still doing that. They're still coming out and saying, getting a blizzard of questions from an eager reporter person. And their answer is, this is not what the public are interested in. Yeah, actually it blooming well is. Did that news report actually say that Boris Johnson's going to come out fighting to save himself? And they're calling it Operation Big Dog. What, like a big hairy animal that chews the furniture and ruins everything and people have to clean up after? That kind of dog? Yes. Adam says, Boris the Jedi Johnson has to go. May the Force not be with him. Well, May the 5th probably won't be with him. I think that seems indisputable, unless people have changed their minds back by then, and they will be of the opinion that, he's doing his best again. Right. Which one shall I do? Let's do smug. Also, I'll take another call. I'll take another call and then I'll do smug. I mean, really? Other countries are looking at us and thinking, what? No, and we don't even have, that other catastrophic bright orange clown show to knock us off the top of the laughing stocks of the world.
Oh, shut up!
Yes, Donnie, I'm talking about you. Narberth. Hello, Jimmy.
Hello, mate. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
By the way, blazing away there.
Yes.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Achlan.
Yeah.
Akidar.
Arrogance.
You're right.
Say it again.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
Have you had a persistent cough?
Smoking too much.
Smoke too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Arrogance. It's been prevalent especially in the upper classes for generations, all the inbreeding and everything else. And
yes,
the elite in this country, as far as they're concerned, it's the rule of the elite, for the elite, by the elite.
They think they are superior because we, poor dopes who pay taxes, treat them that way. We're trained to do it. We are a nation of cap doffers. Anybody speaks with a posh accent and we fall to the floor in front of them, genuflecting all the time.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But the point is, it's not only in Westminster and political life that you come across such elitism.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's homogenous throughout nature. And
nature?
Yeah.
It's homogeneous throughout nature.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It means every race, every colour, have got this type of person.
What? Right. Animals and all the flora and fauna have their elites.
I'm not sure about that now, mate. You're going a bit far.
Well, I thought that's what you just said.
No. I'm talking about human nature.
Oh, people. Right. Each subset of people have their elites. Right.
Yeah. Each tribe, Now,
but often the elites in those tribes are in that position due to, some effort on their part for some quality that, imbues them with that eliteness in the eyes of others. But this lot, what have they done to deserve it other than be born to rich parents?
Well, Tony Benn comes to mind. He could have had the life of Riley if he'd chosen, but he stuck to his principles, and he's a well-respected, well-remembered man.
Who is Riley, by the way? The life of Riley. I'd like to meet this Riley because he seems to be, a good-time Charlie.
I think he was an Irishman who liked a drop of whiskey.
Right. A little bit of whiskey. Booze. Couple of pints. First thing in the morning. Sets you up for the day.
Yeah. Now, what concerns me is the attitude of superiority you get in the civil service.
Really?
Oh, yeah. This is one of the root causes of our troubles.
The civil service?
Yeah. The mandarins in Whitehall, and especially the mandarins in the palace who tell the Queen what to do and what to say and all the rest of it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody tells the Queen what to do and what to say. I think they might advise her to go here and shake this person's hand and to go over there and have a nice cup of tea. But I think it's advice. They're not telling her.
Oh, they're advising her. Okay, then I'll accept it. She always listens to the advice of...
I bet she doesn't. I bet she doesn't. But what's your point, though? What's your point, though, Jimmy?
Say it again.
What's your point, though, Jimmy? Your point. The goal, the destination of this conversation. What is it that you would like to say in brief?
The Queen can be persuaded.
Yeah.
By those who advised her since she was a little child.
Right.
And she listens to them.
Who?
I doubt if the woman, the lady, she's a perfectly decent human being, I'm sure.
That's very controversial, Jimmy. You've got no proof. Go ahead. Well, just assume that that's true.
Proof of what?
But what's your point, though?
Well, the point, put it this way.
But you better get that point across quickly, because one of us might not make it to the end of the show.
The royals are not the monarchy. They're only the badge on the front of the car. They're not the engine.
Right. So
the mandarins are the engine.
The mandarins, right.
The mandarins in Whitehall. And
those maroons, right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, leave me with that stunning revelation, Jimmy, and I'll chew it over a while. I think we need an ambulance to Narberth, straight away, if not sooner. Boris Johnson has said sorry to the Queen over a lockdown-busting leaving do in Downing Street just hours before Prince Philip's funeral. The PM's spokesman said an apology had been made to Buckingham Palace over the regrettable behaviour in April last year, which they don't regret. They only regret that we found out about it. The spokesmodel said it is deeply regrettable that this took place at a time of national mourning, and Number 10 has apologised to the palace. Yeah, but they weren't mourning, were they? They were having a party. And the next day, the nation was feeling bad because we were mourning. That lot were feeling bad because it was the morning after. Booze. It's understood an official called the palace, and aides refused to say whether Bodger Johnson would be speaking to the monarch personally about the issue. So that's a no then.
Yes.
So one address, Downing Street, spoke to another address, Buckingham Palace, and apologised. One building to another. Yeah, that sounds about right. Earlier, James Slack, who is now deputy editor of the Sun newspaper, said sorry for the anger and hurt caused by the event on April the 16th, which he said should not have happened at the time that it did. I am deeply sorry and take full responsibility, he said. Can you imagine if James Slack, the deputy editor of The Sun, had known about a lockdown-busting party at number 10 that he was at? What a scoop that would have been. Chance missed there. Rookie mistake.
Yeah.
He said he could not comment further as the matter had been referred to Sue Gray for investigation. That seems to be the national get-out clause for answering anything. I'm sorry I can't say whether I've been having sex with my secretary, darling. It's been referred to Sue Gray for investigation. I'm sorry, officer, I can't reveal my whereabouts on the night in question. It's been referred to Sue Gray for investigation. James Slack, now deputy editor of the Sun newspaper, was having a party, one of two held that night at number 10. It was a leaving party for him. He was leaving. He said, right, that's it. I'm leaving.
Bye-bye.
An outgoing official photographer was having another one of at least two highly rewarded photographers that trail around after Bodge at our expense trying to find his good side. Any luck so far, lads?
No.
Not yet. They'll let us know. Bodge dives into his dressing-up box and comes out and says, oh, how about this one? England was in step 2 of the government's roadmap at the time, meaning there was a strict ban on any indoor gatherings of more than 2 people from different households. Very strict. And the limit was 6 people outdoors, unless you were a special person, in which case you could do what you want. And if you had to ask yourself whether you were special, you weren't special.
Correct.
Any larger gatherings for work purposes had to be reasonably necessary according to regulations at the time, and there was a potential £10,000 fine for people who organised such events. Foreign Secretary The Brains Truss risked inflaming the situation by telling the public to move on. She said, he has apologised. I think we now need to move on and talk about how we are going to sort out issues. Yeah, issues like replacing every single one of Bodge's enablers, for a start. And then they started coming out and saying things that you didn't think that they'd say. Andrew Bridgen became the latest Tory MP to tell the Prime Minister to quit, insisting his position had become untenable because of what he said was a moral vacuum at the heart of our government. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree with Andrew Bridgen. What? Strange days indeed. On the eve of the Duke of Edinburgh's funeral, where Her Majesty was set apart from her family because of social distancing, and that heartbreaking photograph of the little old lady sat all alone went around the world, Downing Street staff were dancing in the basement and then drank in the garden, boozing so excessively that one person was sent to a nearby co-op with a suitcase on wheels to fill it up with wine, beer and spirits. There was even a disco where staff DJ'd, and it became so raucous that one partygoer broke baby Wilfred Johnson's swing set. Witnesses claimed that around 30 people attended the two gatherings, which were held in different parts of Downing Street, before combining in the garden. Oh, my God, they combined in the garden.
Disgusting.
One of those parties. It's alleged that one of the groups moved outside at around midnight because of a fear that too much wine was spilling on the basement carpet as they danced. And as you would expect, the investigation by top civil servant Sue Gray found no evidence of criminal behaviour.
What?
I'm guessing ahead. And the Metropolitan Police made clear that it's unlikely to launch a probe unless investigation by top civil servant Sue Gray found evidence of criminal behaviour. But, you know, she probably won't. They probably won't either. She's an expert sleuth. And as for saying sorry to the actual Queen, it is understood the apology was made through usual channels between officials in Downing Street and the Palace. Right, so he had some underling, some functionary call up the palace. Hello, is this the palace? Yeah, sorry about that. The usual channels between officials in Downing Street and the palace, rather than personally by his imperial bodgeness, who is hiding, while making out that he can't go out because he's got a note from his dad. Meanwhile, his people are turning on him. It took a while, eh?
Correct.
The Conservative Association in ultra-safe Sutton Coldfield has voted to withdraw its support for the PM, saying that the culture starts at the top. And Brexiter Andrew Bridgen become the 5th Tory MP to call for Johnson to go. The MP for North West Leicestershire wrote in the Telegraph, "Sadly, the Prime Minister's position has become untenable. Leadership is not just about the job title or even making big decisions. It's equally about having a moral compass, of knowing not just right from left, but right from wrong." Is this the same Mr Bridgen that voted for Bodger Johnson to be the leader of the Conservatives, despite everything?
Yes.
Same one. Conservative MP Sir Roger Gale is another who sent a letter of no confidence. He told Sky News, "I don't think that the image of the Downing Street branch of the majestic wine warehouse is is doing us any good at all. Clearly that has to end." And yesterday, of course, the PM bravely cancelled a planned visit to a vaccination centre in Lancashire where he might have faced questions from the media about his actions. Oh. And the reason he couldn't go was because a family member tested positive for COVID and he wanted to follow the rules.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah. And Downing Street is saying that he would follow advice to limit contacts up to and including Tuesday of next week, despite not having to self-isolate because he's vaccinated. So no more bodger till Tuesday. After which all this will have blown over and he can come out and do his lovable act, you know, paw! And we'll all go, "Oh, he's doing his best." Or at least after a lifetime of getting away with it, that's what he's expecting. Let's give him the reception that he truly deserves when he re-emerges from hiding away. 3 cheers for his bodgeness. Hip hip. Boo! And apart from a few who had rummaged around in their attic to discover that they actually did have a conscience, a cast of thousands was sent out to tell us that we were no longer interested in this story and that we wished to move on. No, we don't. That is apart from billionaire cashmere hoodie model and full-time pipsqueak, Fishy Sunak, who was obvious by his absence. Perhaps he was at home spending more time with his money and his mirror. In Westminster, 3 other Tory MPs publicly said that Johnson should go. Sir Roger Gale, former Westminster MP Caroline Noakes, and Chairman of the Public Affairs Committee and Constitutional Affairs Committee, William Ragg. Meanwhile, and here's where we get to smug, meanwhile, Scottish Conservative leader Douglas Ross urged him to quit, with almost all Tory MPs supporting that call. Mr. Ross was dismissed as a lightweight figure by Mr. Rees-Mogg. Jacob Smug said Douglas Ross is a lightweight figure. I mean, that is hilarious. Jacob Rees-Mogg is just a 6-foot-high, pencil-thin collection of tics and affectations. He's so lightweight, if his shoes weren't so heavy, he'd float off like a balloon. He needs to get tethered to the ground if there's a breeze in the air. He's accusing someone else of being lightweight.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Say it again.
I don't know anything.
One more time.
I don't know anything.
Labour's Deputy Leader Angela Rayner suggested that Sue Gray's inquiry could leave Johnson acting as judge and jury over his own conduct. She said that any matters relating to ministers uncovered in the investigation would be dealt with under the ministerial code, of which the Prime Minister is ultimately in charge. I mean, can you believe that?
I followed the ministerial guidance at all times. I followed the ministerial guidance at all times. I followed the ministerial guidance at all times.
So the Prime Minister is going to act as the judge and jury, even though he is also the man in the dock, says Angela Rayner. Or will his Conservative colleagues find their integrity and finally act as executioners to their premiership, she asks. That's a no, isn't it? Meanwhile, his Bodgeness has suffered another blow as Deputy Chief Medical Officer Professor Sir Jonathan Van Tam announced his departure. He said, right, that's it, I'm leaving. And if any of the other people in Bodger's orbit want to be able to beat the stink of the regime out of their suits, they'd better go pretty soon too. With any luck, they'll all leave, and Larry the Downing Street cat will be put in charge. What a way to run a country, eh? Beverley, Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Great, mate.
Good. Got the cheese and wine.
Yes.
I thought I was going to get a pamphlet, but it's a book. 64 pages. It must have taken you forever.
Right, you're talking about the book What I Wrote.
Yeah,
with the help of the good people of LBC that called in with the A to Z over the Christmas period. The response was absolutely phenomenal. And again, if you didn't hear me thank you before, then if you participated or even just listened, then thanks again, because it was just off the scale, the response this year.
Okay, onwards. You know James Clark? Are you of the Leaving Party from 10 Downing Street? Are you familiar with his most famous article that he wrote when he was at the Mail?
No.
Judges are the enemy of the people.
Oh, right. That was him, was it?
That was him.
The enemies of the people, judges. No! Yeah, because they had the temerity to actually do the right thing while the government was trying to do the wrong thing.
Yeah, not a nice guy, but anyway, there we go. What I was going to say, main point, and then I'll just do a quick one on Liz Truss if you'll let me afterwards. Main point is if people think that the furore about the Partygate thing that's going on at the minute, wait until the actual report is published, the whitewash cover-up, because I'm thinking that she won't lie, but you'll get a load of phrases like the Prime Minister made some suboptimal decisions on the basis that he didn't have sufficient information at the time.
Right. It'll be just exactly like that, I'm predicting, yeah. He'll be castigated for allowing himself to be misinformed by others, and lessons must be learned. That's the most important thing.
And I think when it happens, Nick, I think the public are now too far down the road of dismissing him to accept that, and I think there'll be utter outrage if that happens.
I don't think it'll make any difference, because if I thought that they were smart enough, I'd believe that they were actually playing chess with us and sacrificing their queen to distract us while they actually organise a checkmate, which will be when this police crime bill goes through. It doesn't matter what the regime will get up to. We will not be able to protest about it because they will put us in jail.
Yeah, good job the jury came out with that one today about the people climbing on Docklands Light Railway.
Yeah, amazing.
And let them off. But anyway, just nip back to Liz Truss. She's taking this leadership thing seriously, you know, because...
Well, I'm not.
On James' show this morning, he played a clip of her in 2019 and a clip of the latest interview she gave when she was doing about the move on and bits and pieces. The second one was like Barry White compared to the first one.
Oh.
Her voice has changed so much. She's done a Margaret Thatcher. She's gone on.
I was going to say, done a Margaret Thatcher. Was the first clip when she was twittering on about getting British apples back on the top of the tree? She's going to be our Prime Minister.
Oh, no.
I mean, really? Is Ken Dodd not available?
No, I think the first one was about the Japanese trade deal.
That huge and tremendous trade deal, yeah, that will affect our economy to the extent of 0.1% in 15 years. Excellent work there, Les Truss.
How she delivered it was a good octave higher than the latest one, so she's obviously taken it seriously. But going on Smug, you know, it was a dead cat, absolutely, because he went on Ian Dale at 7 o'clock in the evening, slated off Douglas Ross.
Yeah.
It went viral. He got absolutely hammered for it, and then he went on Newsnight and repeated it. So it had to be an attempted dead cat, because he wouldn't have done it twice.
Well, I mean, I would have used another... If I were him, I would have used some other phrase, because, I mean, coming from him, it's just laughable. He is calling somebody else lightweight.
Well, he doesn't go out in a good wind, does he? I don't think he dare.
Exactly right, yeah. Needs to be tied to the ground with a tether in a light breeze, like I said before. All right, thanks a lot, Mike.
He didn't get the swing, did he?
No, definitely not him. We can rule him out, yeah. Thanks, Mike. 0345 6060 973. Jim says, if the police turned up at your door to investigate whether you committed a criminal offence, do you think they would go away because you said you'd asked a colleague to carry out an inquiry? My guess is probably no, says Jim. Why are the Met doing exactly that for Johnson and number 10? The law is supposed to be the same for everyone. You're funny, Jim. The law is supposed to be the same for everyone. Yeah. Funny, no?
No.
And Vilas emails, did Downing Street serve Scotch eggs with wine? Well, now that just makes me want a Scotch egg. But Steve Allen has stopped bringing in Christmas treats. Thanks a lot, Steve. Bloomin' starving over here. You have adopted the role of our feeder. You can't feed us and like put piles and piles and piles of food in our communal area and then just stop doing it. I mean, we've all gone cold turkey. Actually, some cold turkey would be just nice right about now. Cold turkey in a sandwich with bacon and lettuce and tomatoes, a bit of egg, and some crisps on the side. Is that asking too much? Richmond, hello, Adam.
Hi there. How are you?
Good, thanks. Yes.
Yeah, so I know you like Super Nanny because you say unacceptable the way she does. So I know you'll know the context of this, but I'm beginning to think Boris is actually a victim of being surrounded by enablers. And, you know, when this new, this report of him being a petulant child came back into the limelight this week, we need to remember sending a report back to a dad who probably encourages this behaviour, much like on Super Nanny, when you see a dad laughing at their kid swearing and then Super Nanny has to accost them.
Yeah.
This is a man who, remembering the lockdown, broke the rules to go to Greece, was it? So we already know he comes from the kind of stock that doesn't believe rules apply to them. Boris Johnson has probably lived with this all his whole life. Hopefully tomorrow his dear sister tells us who this sick member of the family is, because, you know, that must be true. But, you know, we're acting as if Boris is going to go home and be told off. He's got nobody around him that's going to tell him he's naughty, because they're all naughty.
Yeah, never did.
Probably his port-swigging father loves being in the media. So I don't think they love this kind of... They're all from the same cloth, is my point.
Well, yeah, they're all the same family. I don't know whether his father swigs port, or whether he sips it, or whether he's like a buckfast man. I've really got no idea. We bottle a bucky. Thanks, Adam. 0345 6060 973. James texts, when asked what they apologised for, they refused to say. Yeah, isn't that priceless? Yeah, number 10 called up another building, Buckingham Palace, and the two brick edifices had a chit-chat with each other, and the one with the black bricks on the outside, it said, very, very sorry.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I am sorry.
And a concerned journalist asked, well, what did you say sorry for? I said, oh, can't say. It would prejudice the inquiry. Yeah, right. I mean... I was going to say how long we're going to put up with this for, but we're stuck with it until they decide that we are allowed to express an opinion. Here's a poll. Check this out. Pollster Find Out Now. I'm unfamiliar with their work. Pollster Find Out Now and election experts, Electoral Calculus, have run a poll on voting intention for Westminster and other topical questions. It involved just over 2,000 people, same number as most polls go for, 2,128 to be specific. The poll asked GB residents whether and how they intend to vote if there were an imminent general election. The Greenies are now on 8%. That's up from 5 on their share in the 2019 general election. 8% the Greenies. You go, Greenies. The Lib Dem. You remember the Lib Dems, don't you?
No.
They are on 11, down 1. Wow. The Conservative, I'll go Labour. Labour are on 41. What? 41%. They got 33 at the general election. 41% now. That's huge. Conservatives? 27. Down 18 percentage point. 18. 27% for the Tories. Any comment, Bodge? No. Still hiding. Other questions. Do you think Bodger Johnson should resign as Prime Minister? Overwhelmingly,
yes.
61% said yes. 19% said no. And 14% said they don't know. They haven't thought about it. Boris Johnson, who's that, they said. 61% want him out. 5% preferred not to say, because, someone might be listening. Which of these statements comes closer to your point of view? Lockdown rules were too strict, and it's not surprising that not everyone followed them exactly. 15%. Lockdown rules were about right, and everyone should have followed them fairly closely. 67%. And that's interesting because I've noticed that there's been a memo must have gone around, and right-wing commentators in the newspapers are now sailing down a different tack. That's like sailor speak. I don't know if I've got that right, but they've taken a different tack. There, that's probably correct. And they're now writing articles saying, well, no wonder His Imperial Bodgeness didn't follow the rules. The rules themselves were wrong. He was quite right in not following the rules because the rules themselves were stupid. We should have been able to go and have a anytime we blooming well liked during the course of a pandemic because, I don't know, they're just making this stuff up. But that's, I've seen a couple of articles about that. There will be plenty more, as word goes round. This is what we're supposed to be saying about this now. So he's in the clear because, the rules, nobody should have been following those rules in the first place. More fool us, eh? Don't we feel stupid?
Hello there. How are we doing?
Hello there. We're doing great, mate.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Look, I spoke to Darren Adam on Wednesday, was it?
Name dropper.
Yeah. I know. I've got all sorts of friends. I said after the revelations of him, of Boris actually coming out and saying he's sorry for something that he didn't know that happened. I said that he's going to have to be gotten rid of by his party because
gotten rid of. Really?
Yeah, no. Well,
terminated.
Yeah, no, for sure. I said that there's a good chance that the people that drip feed in the media with these things will expose him for more things, and it'll be really dangerous if they expose him closer to the local election.
Dangerous for who?
For the Conservative Party.
Oh. Damn.
If they expose these things closer to a local election, can you imagine if these things come out just before the locals? It's going to be very detrimental to the party.
What, you mean if they have to actually pay for what it is that they've done? It would be detrimental to them.
No. Look, I'm not a Boris supporter, at all. I dislike the man. But what I said to my good mate Darren Adam is that he will be gotten rid of for the simple reason that they don't know what more's to come, and if more comes out closer to the time of a general election, not a general election, but even the locals, right. It's going to be really bad for them.
And this is what you said to Darren Adam.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, so this is like a recap.
Yeah, well, yeah.
This is sort of a repeat.
But the thing is, I didn't know then.
Another chance to hear.
No, but I didn't know what's come out today about these other parties.
Right. So it's reinforced your opinion.
Well, of course. What more have they got? Whoever it is inside.
Well, I don't know. I mean, do you think that the person that they replace him with is going to be legal, decent, honest, and true? Is going to be, practically perfect in every way? They're just going to make the decision whether that person can win an election or not. Do they cut through to the people that ordinary politicians can't reach? And I don't think they've got anyone. That's why they will dither. It's because they'll hope beyond hope that Bodger can pull through and do his paw act. He'll dive into his dressing-up box and come out looking like a chip fryer. And one of his many photographers will try and get his best side, and he'll just smirk at the camera and give us that sort of Just William getting away with it look. And then we'll love him again. That's what they're hoping for. Other than that, they've got Liz Truss. Or billionaire cashmere hoodie model Fishy Sunak. Or angular tetchy humanoid Dominic Deckchair Raab. None of whom could win an election, in my opinion. Not a hope. Even running against shop window mannequin Keir Starmer, whose popularity, by the way, his renewed popularity has absolutely zero to do with him and everything to do with his opposition. He hasn't gained support. The Tories have lost it at the moment. Although you could have said the same thing about a week or so ago. That bloke's gone, by the way. Thanks, mate. He was, just giving us another chance to hear the opinion that he gave some moments ago. Now I've lost my thread. I don't know where I am. Never mind. I'll continue. Let's have Belsize Park. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick.
Ecstasy and fumbling. Yes, Mike.
Yes. What you were saying a little while ago is really important about the policing bill. I think this whole smokescreen thing, the press have lapped it up, of course, and it's all over the media. Mm-hmm. And in the meantime, the Tories have slipped this incredibly repressive legislation through the House of Commons, and it's now, I think it has to go to the Lords now. So don't hold out much hope there. It's an amazingly repressive bill. I just wonder what the government are going to do when the people go out on the street to protest about the fact that they're not allowed to protest.
Yeah, put you in jail.
They
bill,
can't put us all in jail.
Well, they can put a few, which will teach us all a lesson. It will make people disinclined to go out if just random people get selected from a crowd and put in prison for 51 weeks.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to wash, really. I don't know how much can
be like a lottery
this country tolerate,
an unlimited amount, I think, as long as the person that is repressing us does so in a posh accent.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Having gone to Eton seems to be the thing that rings our bell. Get Anita Ward on the phone; she'll explain it. But
I wonder if the younger generation are going to react to this in such a different way.
What, you mean go out and vote? No, they won't.
No, they won't go out and vote, but they might go out on the streets.
Well, that doesn't make any difference. Voting is the thing, and they don't vote. Not in enough numbers. I'll say it again. If you take away the pensioner vote, those who are economically inactive in society, then we would not have left the European Union, and Boris Johnson would not be our Prime Minister because Jeremy Corbyn would be our Prime Minister. That's true. If you take away the pensioner vote, neither of those two things would have happened. And the reason that the pensioners won it was because their kids don't vote. And when I say kids, I mean people under the age of 30. They just can't be bothered. Oh, it's like so boring. They're all the same. You get these responses every single time. Oh, I can't tell the difference between them, morons. We're surrounded by morons. It won't change if you don't vote. If you don't vote, then your elders will decide the direction of the country for you. And then you can complain about it for 5 years if you like, but it won't make no never mind because the decision will have already been made. And no government is going to is going to enact policies that are to the benefit of the young because they know the young don't vote. Stupid, stupid, stupid young people. Anyway, thanks, Mike. Gotta go. James says, when asked what they apologise, I refused to say. Yeah. They said, we're very, very sorry, but we can't say what we're said sorry for. Matthew says, how can his spokesman apologise to the palace if Sue Gray hasn't yet established that there were any parties? Archie texts, the Queen must be furious. She should dissolve Parliament and we can have an election. Well, she's not going to do that. Phil says, it's not time for the public, or is it not time for the public to take to the streets while we still can? Taking it to the streets like the Doobie Brothers.
Rock and roll!
And Chris says, I think the government really underestimates the anger of the public. Well, you know, it seems that he goes on to say something. I had to watch the funeral of my partner's granddad on Zoom, unable to comfort my family members as they cried on screen. Our family dog was put down. I didn't get to see her for months leading up to that day, as it was a law to not to. I work for the press and I was asked to interview the local MP the next week. The barrage of verbal abuse I would hurl at him would get me blacklisted, so I had to refuse, says Chris. It just seems a bit thin. You know, there's 150,000 dead people, which is the worst result from this pandemic of any other country in the world per head of population. The worst. We also, on top of that, had the worst economic hit, which is why they're bleating about how, we've got the strongest comeback of any G7 nation. That's because we had the biggest economic crash of any G7 nation. And the £37 billion for an app that doesn't work. And the millions and hundreds of millions that went to friends and donors and people they've met and their dog walker and the bloke down the pub they just bumped into. None of that budged us an inch. But having a party when we couldn't, oh my God. Ricky texts, hey, Ricky, you're so fine, you blow my mind, dear Ricky. He texts, imagine having a night out so rough that you had to phone the Queen to apologise. Yeah. Brighton. Hello, John.
What? How dare that Steve Allen stop your Christmas treats?
Can you believe that?
That's outrageous.
He feeds us and feeds us and feeds us, and then he removes the food. Oh, my God.
I sometimes listen to him at night and listen to all his shopping things, all the luxuries he's buying, so I think it's outrageous he's stopped your treats.
Well, you want to get on to him as soon as he's back on the air. You want to call him up straight away and tell him to get his finger out. We're starving over here.
Because he's always feeding other presenters as well. I think I can't remember the other presenters who fills in at night. But anyway, and also I refer you to Sue Gray so I don't incriminate myself.
Right.
As well.
Don't want to prejudge the investigation.
Yeah. So it's funny how now Boris, what was it? He said he was saying something. But now he's saying, "Oh, I'll refer you to the inquiry now." Whereas before he did sort of say nothing untoward has happened. Yeah. But now he doesn't say that even now.
Yeah.
So
no, he followed the rules at all times.
I followed the ministerial guidance at all times.
Yeah, but now he refers you to Sue Gray. See what comes out of that.
Yeah.
But I'm
not expecting much.
Yeah, but with this Partygate scandal, I'm trying to work out what is going on anymore, and whether we're ever going to get a normal government here.
Yeah,
a normal government dealing with the normal things that affect the people and the country.
Yes. Wouldn't that be great if we actually had normal people running the country like a normal country?
Yeah. Because I thought this party thing would sort of run out. Was it last week or whenever it was?
Well, we just keep discovering more and more parties. For crying out loud, did they ever do any work there? Was anybody sober last year in Downing Street at all?
I think the Daily Mirror and the other newspapers must have a treasure trove of revelations.
Well, if they do, then they're doing excellent work. They want to keep dripping them out day by day, so we don't get over it. We don't develop ennui. You're quite right. Everybody wakes up in the morning should be going,
what the hell is going on?
What the hell is going on?
But are we going to ever get a normal government, do you think? Dealing with all those normal things that we used to have.
All of those normal things
in the past.
The issues.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Well, he doesn't know anything, so we'll ask. We could ask Gavin. Oh my God. That's a reminder that as bad as they are now, they actually used to have a couple of people that are even worse. And there's one of them right there. But patriotic, though.
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country, much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all, because we're a much better country than every single one.
Much better country than every single one of them, Bodge.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He's in agreement. All right, thanks, John. 0345 6060 973. And texts. And Boris wants us now to believe that he is following self-isolation rules. He thinks we have forgotten how in July he was actively trying to avoid having to self-isolate after being pinged as a contact of Sajid Javid by alleging that he was part of a daily testing pilot scheme. Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, no, that doesn't apply to me. I've just joined a scheme that I invented on the spot. Yeah, no, you can't join it because the waiting list is full. It's a waiting list of one, me. Yeah, I just invented it, this pilot scheme. Hey, Bodge. Yes. Grant texts, he's apologised for people's perception of events, not the actual events. Yeah, I noticed that too. He's done nothing wrong in his mind, but the little people, not leprechauns, they can't see it his way this time. The little people can't see it his way this time. Maybe, says Grant. Yeah, that's right. He did give a fulsome and complete apology. No, of course he didn't. He apologised for our perception of the events that unfolded, which is not an apology, it's an accusation. It's telling us that we're wrong for thinking bad things about the things that he did. He's not apologising for the things that he did. He's telling us he's sorry that we think wrongly about the things that he did. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Fife, Andy.
Hi there, Nick. How are you? Happy New Year to you.
Yes, Happy New Year to you.
Yeah, I was going to talk about, because I was watching the Scottish Parliament with the First Minister's questions, and we are living in very strange times, because when Nicola Sturgeon, obviously she said that she has views, obviously political differences with Douglas Ross, but even she wouldn't be as derogatory as Smog, Jacob B. Smog's been about him, and she was kind of being a little bit sympathetic in some ways towards him, and she turned it all sort of to say even that that it's how much little respect that Westminster have for Scotland, and it was just astonishing to see that even that she was sort of being sympathetic, empathic in a way towards him, and obviously she was politically opposed to him in every way, in every respect, but I just found that quite interesting. We're living in very strange times that way now, okay?
I mean, Jacob Rees-Mogg, the nerve of the man to call somebody else lightweight. He's so lightweight, he's practically see-through. I mean, he's nothing but a collection of tics and affectations. All of that. The Lord Snooty Act.
I've actually found out something this week that he stood in Scotland. I think it was actually in Fife, actually, Nick. Right. I don't know if he stood to be an MP at one point, Jacob Rees-Mogg. I could imagine him going down with the people of Fife, like, you know, his posh accent.
Yeah, I think he famously, and he just talks up his past and his sort of the ridiculous life that he's had all the time, just rubbing it in our faces all the time. I went up there with Nene. I think he says it because he thinks that we are in awe of him, that we're enamoured of the act. Oh, one went up with Nene and she brought one's breakfast marmalade. All of that. God, it's painful. What a catastrophic comedy clown show we got running this country. I mean, how did this happen? Because 46% of you actually voted for it. You know who you are. Thanks, Andy. 0345 6060 973. Marion tweets, guess what, Nick? Sajid Javid's brother is Deputy Assistant Commissioner at the Met. That's news to me. Is that true? Wait a minute. Is that true?
Yeah, it's true.
Is it? Oh, my God. Nothing to see here. Move along. Super Sajman Jav. Well, I'll just go to the foot of our stairs. Of course, it's the very same police that handed out more than 800 fines to people accused of breaking coronavirus laws in the very same week that Downing Street had a bring-your-own-booze garden party. 800 fines to people accused of breaking the same laws in the same week as Downing Street's bring-your-own-booze garden party. 800. Restrictions only allowed outdoor mixing with one member of another household and in public open spaces rather than private gardens. In other words, every single blooming thing that they did was against the law. In the week between the 15th and the 21st of May 2020, police handed out 807 fixed penalty notices under COVID laws in England and Wales. The default fine for breaking the law had recently been raised from £60 to £100, rising to a maximum of £3,200 for repeat offences. Well, I think that what we've got here are repeat offenders. The government setting out its COVID-19 recovery strategy for England said the higher fines reflect the increased risk to others of breaking the rules as people are returning to work and school. Wow. I mean, they just must be laughing at us. It must have been so funny for them. We must seem like ants to them. They are gods. How amusing us poor dopes who pay taxes must have been to them. Look at those oiks hiding away just because we told them to. We're having a party. A government document setting out its COVID-19 recovery strategy for England said the higher fines reflect the increased risk to others of breaking the rules. There was no formal appeal mechanism in place, meaning that anyone wanting to contest a fine had to risk prosecution by refusing to pay. Ministers have ignored calls to review fines or change the process. Of course they have, because none of it applies to them. What do they care? What do you care, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
A third of coronavirus prosecutions reviewed were found to be unlawful. A third. And the government has refused to act on calls from parliamentary committees to prevent further miscarriages of justice. Some people were fined £1,100 each for illegal gatherings held on the same dates as Downing Street's separate Christmas party and quiz in December 2020. At least 3 women, all aged in their 20s, were fined £1,100 each after attending house parties on the same day as Downing Street had their Christmas party. Guess how many fines have been given out in total? But don't guess, I'll tell you. 119,000.
What?
119,000 COVID fines given out in England and Wales since March 2020. Blimey. On the 20th of May 2020, a leaked email sent by Boris Johnson's principal private secretary to more than 100 people said, "Hi all. After what's been an incredibly busy period, we thought it would be nice to make the most of the lovely weather and have some socially distanced drinks in the number 10 garden this evening. Please join us from 6 p.m. and bring your own booze.
Booze.
Scotland Yard has previously refused to investigate potential COVID offences that officers did not witness at the time. And you know what? There are multiple officers, multiple police persons armed up to the eyeballs at the gates to Downing Street. There must be at least half a dozen of them around that area all day, all night. I mean, the idea that they are so stupid as to not recognise a party when they see one is alarming for all sorts of reasons. I mean, even if they were blind, they could have heard them. This is what it sounded like. And if they are blind, should they be issued with machine guns? Just asking. I mean, we really are being taken for mugs. And justifiably, because we are mugs. Who didn't know what Bodger was like before they voted for him? And about half the country that could be bothered to show up at the polls voted for him anyway. And the rest of them couldn't be bothered because, it's so boring. That letter that Bodger's housemaster or chief wizard or whatever these people call themselves wrote about Bodger when he was 15. He wrote, Boris really has adopted a disgracefully cavalier attitude to his classical studies. He sometimes seems affronted when criticised for what amounts to a gross failure of responsibility and surprised at the same time that he was not appointed captain of the school for the next half. I think he honestly believes that it is churlish of us not to regard him as an exception, one who should be free of the network of obligation that binds everyone else. He's still the same sticky-fingered schoolboy now that he was then, jammily getting away with it, and what corking good fun. What ho, and all that.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Same attitude, same superiority complex, same untucked Just William act, same haircut. We've appointed Dennis the Menace as the Prime Minister and Lord Snooty as his right-hand man.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
And they both went to the same place. So many of them did. It's the school, isn't it? Or if it's not the school, then it's the calibre of the people that the school allows in. I don't think they should be encouraged. They should be thrashed. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Sturley.
Hi there.
Hello there.
Yes, with Boris, it's a major surprise really, because all along I thought he would never do anything so stupid and so outlandish, but obviously he has.
You thought all along that he wouldn't? What made you think that?
Well, it never crossed my mind that he would be so stupid and make such a ridiculous mistake as to go to these so-called work events. I mean, he might as well say he'd been hypnotised and didn't know he was there. I mean, I think it's ridiculously stupid and an ultimate disrespect on the public for what he's done.
Yeah. But I don't think stupid is right, because it's not stupid. It's clever. He has learned his lesson, and the lesson is that he can do whatever he wants and get away with it.
Well, yeah, so it would seem. But obviously, if he thinks he can just get away with it, then obviously he's wrong, because there's a lot of bad feeling. There's a lot of bad feeling in the general public, especially with people that had relatives dying in hospital and they couldn't visit them.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad feeling, and I betcha that irrespective of these polls, that come the next general election, if he's still in the position of PM, then people will vote for him, because they'll think, oh, well, what about chaos with Keir Starmer? No, we can't have that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more, which brings me to my case in point. I think he's been an absolute legend as a Prime Minister. He got us out of the EU. If it was down to Theresa May, she would have just melted down the drain and it would never have happened. I mean, they need some... in my overall opinion of him is that he's the best Prime Minister since Winston Churchill, which is obviously before my time. I think he was so thick-skinned. He just
kept on and on and on and wouldn't let go till he got us out that infernal EU. And all hats off to him for doing that. I mean, he's an absolute legend for what he did to achieve that when you had so many people and just so many people against him. But with this,
I don't know whether to take you seriously, Sturley. Is this? Are you being sarcastic or not?
No, I'm not remotely sarcastic in the least. I mean,
how's Brexit working out for you?
Oh, it's still in the early stages, but I'm more than happy that we've left.
It's not. Yeah, but how's it working out for you? Yeah. Is it everything that they promised?
I'm more than happy with it. I mean, if I could turn the clock back, I wouldn't change a goddamn thing.
But what is it that you're happy about?
That we're taking back control of our country. And
what does that mean, though? Taking back control,
dictating what we should do and what we should not do.
Who used to do that?
Well, the likes of Angela Merkel, for example.
Angela Merkel dictated what we could and couldn't do.
Yeah, she said on the news once, "You better hurry up and build more houses." But that's not the overall point.
Not
the overall
dictating
point
what we should do. That's just rather a comment on what we should have been doing since the Second World War, as Germany did, and then people would not be complaining about a lack of housing.
Well, it is a form of dictation in total black and white.
It's a form of dictation in total black and white. That makes no sense. But I assume you mean it's a form of dictatorship in black and white, that Angela Merkel was our dictator when we were in the European Union. Is that your position?
Yeah, I was saying correctly.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot, Sturley. 0345 6060 973. She was a dictator. I didn't know that. The stuff you find out on this show, it's an education, isn't it?
No.
I think that there should be some sort of test. I've said this before. Stop me if I'm being controversial. A test before you're allowed to vote. Like a general knowledge test, for instance. Can you stand on one foot and touch your nose with your eyes closed? That kind of test. David texts, to be fair to Johnson, he is showing consistency in getting someone else to say sorry to the Queen, because he did send someone else to lie to her when he shut down Parliament illegally. This email says, who needs a professional cabinet when you got a drinks cabinet?
Booze.
These are the jokes, folks. Carnforth. Hey up, Annie.
Hey up, Nick. Just on, somebody mentioned earlier about when they first listened to your show. Well, this is not what I called about, but it just reminded me, when I first listened to your show, I'd only just started listening to LBC, and I thought, I'll just try this one. And I actually thought it was a spoof on a phone-in. I didn't think they were real callers, because, sometimes you get some incredibly wacky and off the wall.
Yeah, like that last one.
Like that last one, yeah, or even wackier. And I thought, these can't be real callers. And because you were it was a satirical thing, and you were doing all your sound effects, I thought, the callers can't be real. But after an hour, I thought, oh, maybe they are.
You thought, I can't possibly afford to employ all of these people to be callers, so they must be real.
Yes, I decided in the end they were. Anyway, that's not what I rang about. What I rang about was, I think that Bodger probably won't go at the moment, I don't think, unless something absolutely horrendous comes out in these drip, drip, drip things. But I think if the Tories do really badly in the May local elections, I think it'd be toast. I think, because they're really ruthless, and all they care about is having a winner.
Yeah.
And if they don't think he's a winner anymore, he will be gone.
But it can't possibly be Liz Truss or Fishy Sunak.
Well, they're all dreadful.
Unless you are a supporter of the Labour Party, in which case you're probably rubbing your hands in glee just at the very prospect.
Well, I do think, actually, no matter who they have leading it, I think if they don't do something about this cost of living crisis, which is coming down the track like a freight train, just about to hit us in April, with the 50% gas bills going up, and inflation is going to be about 7%, and particularly with older people, because, as you said, they are the people that tend to vote Tory. And for pensioners, we're only getting a 3.1 rise in our pensions this year, and yes, it's going to be 7% inflation.
They might actually wake up. It's later than you think, people.
Yes, and also sort of poorer sort of just families, you know, with young children. I mean, they're going to really hit by the gas bills and by just everything going up. 7% inflation is more than we've had for years. I mean,
you know, you'd have to say that the phrase that I've heard probably the most in the last couple of years is we knew what we were voting for. And the people that put this government in power, the people that put the Conservative Party in power to lead the country, were the old and the poor, not the young and the well-off. They voted Labour.
Yeah.
Amazingly enough, it defies all logic, because I mean, unless I'm sort of cross-eyed and looking at this wrong, the Conservative Party have done absolutely zero for the poor. I mean, you look at their voting record, and over and over and over again, they refuse to vote for extra welfare payments to actually match inflation. They refuse to vote for any assistance for the people that voted them in power. And I think it's just safe in the knowledge that those people will just keep voting for us regardless of what we do to them. They seem to be immune to punishment.
Well, I think with the case of the Red Wall seats, they were all really heavily Brexit voting seats. So I do think Brexit had a lot to do with it, and they've been convinced, those people a lot of them who haven't got a lot of money, although of course some of the older ones have a bit more, but they've been convinced that all the woes of this country are down to the evil EU. And that immigrants are taking all their houses and this, that, and the other. So
they really need to stop reading those newspapers, those websites, and they need to choose better friends on Facebook, because people, you are being misinformed. You just keep repeating the same thing over and over and over again, and it's been wrong from the moment you heard it, and it's wrong the 100th time you say it.
And as for that bloke who's just been on, who's saying Brexit's going great, it blooming well isn't. Everything is collapsing around our ears. I mean, you'd have to be dumb, deaf, and blind to think that Brexit is going well. I mean, look at the NHS and the care industry. There was something on the news yesterday about 50% of care homes now cannot take any more residents in because they haven't got enough staff. Our care agency went into a critical incident last weekend, so they had to tell social services, we just can't meet our commitments.
It's the same in every industry that you want to look at. All of those people that were yelling out to get out of our country for 5 years, they were the ones that, and people were saying this, including me, but what do I know? But people who have, much larger minds than mine have been saying over and over again, all the way through that Brexit debate, which went on for an epoch. You will miss them when they're gone. And we do. They just don't want to admit it yet. Annie, I've got to go because I'm past the news. Preston. Hello, Mel.
Hi, how you doing, Nick?
Good, thanks.
I'm a little concerned over the prospect of a leadership election, speaking as a transgender person, because Bojo needs to go. He needs to go at this point. If that's not clear, then you have your head so far buried in the sand that you might as well pick up my steel order from China.
But what do you mean he needs to go? For who he needs to go? For the benefit of the nation or the Conservative Party?
For the benefit of the nation, I think, at this point, because if he were to be kicked out now by the Conservative Party, then that would damage the party. But
I'm not sure. I think they could repair themselves. If they lost him and had somebody else, they could say, look, we're a brand new, improved Conservative Party, washing whiter than white and smelling fresher than ever.
No, that's exactly what I mean. They've damaged the Conservative Party, not irreparably. If he were to resign, same deal. If he stays on to the next election, what he's done is prove to the electorate that the Conservative Party, the UK government, the institutions that run our country are fundamentally so corrupt that you can effectively have someone who believes himself above the law become Prime Minister. And the prospects, for me at least, of his replacement are truly terrifying. I mean, I don't know enough about Rishi Sunak to comment on him. Liz Truss, on the other hand, is not exactly what I would call a friend to LGBT people. Now, is she?
I've got no idea.
She's not. I mean, we're talking about the same person.
I just find it hard to suppress a giggle when her name comes up. I mean, have you seen that goofball video of hers when she was addressing I think it was the Conservative Party conference, their away day thing? It was quite a few years ago now, and she's squeaking on about putting British apples back at the top of the tree, and telling jokes and like waiting for the laughter with this sort of panicked look on her face and nodding as though to tell the audience, yes, laugh now. And the laugh did not come. It was absolutely excruciating. My toes are curling just thinking about it.
I mean, it's hilarious to anyone who knows about British politics, but then if Boris Johnson has proven anything over the past, God knows how long it's been now, I've lost all track of time, but he's proven that any clown can become Prime Minister, no matter what gaffes they've made behind them. And as long as the Conservative Party feel like they can get votes and that they're populist enough to appeal to people who don't religiously listen to things like Prime Minister's Questions.
Well, they've been
watch Parliament TV.
They've been pretty strict up to now about getting rid of people who become an impediment to their holding on to power. But no one until now has been like Boris Johnson. They've all been politicians, and so you can replace one with another, and who can really tell the difference? But Bodger, he's different because he is a performer. So it's a bit like getting rid of the singer of a band. I mean, you might make a success of it, like AC/DC, for instance. But most bands who get a new singer, they just wither and die on the vine.
Well, that's the thing about populist politicians, isn't it? They're a cult of personality, and they're a huge gamble, and I don't think they're a gamble that the Conservative Party went into with their eyes closed on. They needed someone to defend themselves against, I've forgotten his name, Jeremy Corbyn. They need someone to defend themselves against Jeremy Corbyn. And so they made a devil's deal with a rank populist who has so many scandals in his past that have just slid off his back. Yeah. And they bet on that. And it's a bet that's not working for them right now.
It worked for them up to this point, and whether it continues to do so is, it would still have been worth it because they got them to where they are now. And from here, they can now manoeuvre to their next position, whatever that might be.
That's provided that Boris Johnson's little cabal isn't now so entrenched into the Conservative Party hierarchy that they can effectively control affairs. That's the gamble. Effectively, it's either the Conservative Party's Conservative Party or it's Boris Johnson's Conservative Party. And once Boris Johnson goes, it's going to be a cult of trying to get him back, very much like of what we're seeing with the Republican Party in America right now.
Yeah. His Trumpiness.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Yeah, than anybody. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Mel. Don't be upset. It might never. Oh no, that's right. It already has. Stella text: has COVID-19 forced you to wear a mask and glasses at the same time? You may be entitled to condensation. A listener with material.
Oh no.
Good one, Stella. Is that your own work? Bill text, breaking news. Prime Minister Boris Johnson is to receive the highest honour served by the Queen for services to glass recycling. Oh, right. You mean...
booze?
That kind of glass. I preferred the Stella joke. Shall I tell it again?
No.
Has COVID-19 forced you to wear a mask and glasses at the same time? You may be entitled to condensation. Get it? Huey texts, is it not possible that Johnson can ask his tech team to set up a Zoom laptop in the fridge in which he is hiding so he can explain what's going on? Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
You can't comment on that. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, he's doing his best. Very few people are saying that now. That used to be the refrain every time I would start having a go. He's doing it. Leave him alone. He's doing his best. I haven't heard that in a good long while. Lewisham. Hello, Hannah.
Oh, hi, Nick. Hi. Having just heard the latest hot off the press news on LBC of these regular letting off steam parties.
Yes, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, so it's all back to the Bacchanalian Bojo Bash on a regular basis. I mean, it's a hive of heaving hedonism all the time there.
Wow,
isn't it?
the alliteration coming out of you, Hannah.
Yeah, there you go. But anyway, he has absolutely no shame at all, has he? I mean, not a smidgen. You know, I mean, he knows. We know he is hiding from us, and he doesn't care that we know that.
He knows that we know that he has done all of the above, and he finds it funny to be in that position. Like, yes. And he just at first he was smirking when he said this.
I followed the ministerial guidance at all times. I followed the ministerial guidance at all times.
Like he would say that. He would give some inquisitor that line, and the first time he said it was sort of semi-serious, and then they would ask him the same question again, and then he just starts smirking. And at first it was a smirk, and then it sort of went into a full-blown laugh. He is laughing in our faces while lying to us.
Yeah, and sticking his two fingers up at us as well. But he also knows, because I think I heard that his isolation will be over on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And I think to a certain extent, I think he is a coward. He is a coward. He knows we know, but he can't help being a coward. It's not just that he's got no shame. He is an absolute, utter 150% coward, because he knows that when he appears in public, he knows that he will just go on repeating the St. Sue Gray useless investigation, and everybody is just going to get sick of it. And so, although he has no shame, at the same time, he has proved by hiding himself under this banner of isolation, which isn't justified, because he can take the
he's been
test.
jabbed and he doesn't need to, but now he wants to follow the rules to the lesser, and he wants to go further than
precisely.
than the
And
lesser,
he isn't. That just shows how utterly, despicably cowardly he is.
You seem to have made your mind up about whether he's a coward or not, Hannah. I think it's more, perhaps, yeah. I mean, he is famously allergic to conflict, doesn't like it. But it's more like, I suspect, but he doesn't want to, have somebody be so imposing as to actually, ask him a direct question. He'd just rather release a statement on video and assure us that he's still lovable, good old Bodge. But it's also probably that he just glided through life on like a little blonde cloud, and nothing he has ever done has affected him in a negative way whatsoever. He's just been propelled by sort of wafted through life on a cloud of perfume. And he just can't conceive of being held responsible for the things that he's done. Because up to this point, everybody has just said, look at him. Like he's a pet. Painful. But, it's that's the choice of the public. The public have decided that he was the best person to run this country, despite a lifetime of knowing who he is. We knew who he was. And people are expecting him now to change. His enablers are saying that, all he has to do is now change, just to make sure that we know that he has changed. Like he's going to change now. Do me a favour. Let's have a call in Alton. Where's that, Robert?
Hello, Hampshire.
Hampshire.
The little village of Benchworth, outside Alton, between Alton and Basingstoke.
It sounds a delight.
It is. It's a little village, 550 inhabitants, including all the surrounding hamlets. No mains drainage. Everybody has their own. Or there's a collective one. No gas. No streets. Well, there's little streets, but no pavements, no high street. Lovely little village.
What? No mate? What? So everybody collects their detritus in a bucket and just chucks it out the window?
No, they all have their own soakaways or little collective ones.
Blimey, you want to...
So we're on a collective one with about half a dozen other houses.
Robert, you want to step into the 18th century. You never know, you might like it.
I love village life.
Yes.
Only moved here from Guildford a couple of months ago.
Ah, the cesspit that is Guildford. So, what's up, Robert?
I was ringing in
yes.
to say, well, how do you get rid of the Conservative government, not just Boris Johnson? Is it better for him to hang in there, or is it better for him to resign in the terms of how much damage he can do to the Tory party? But it did occur to me, if Keir Starmer were to say, I want you out, I want your resignation within 3 months, otherwise I shall arrange what's it called?
A hit?
A vote of no confidence.
Oh, not a hit.
Then you'd force all those Tory MPs to take sides. And a lot of them won't want to, and it'll and as the time goes by, they'll be thinking of the local elections and they're plunging in the polls.
Yes.
So that was just a thought. But I did have another thought that I wanted to mention, and that is why is a close member of Boris Johnson's family sick, but we're not allowed to know who? Surely there's two babes in arms. They can't have been out in nightclubs.
No.
And where has his wife been? Why is it such a secret? Who is the close family member?
Yeah.
And I just wonder whether we'll learn in due course this was just another ploy.
My money's on it being a ploy, but not us finding out about it. All right, good work there, Robert.
Yes, I do wonder.
Yes.
If somebody will blow the whistle. Like, who else is having to, in the household? He must have domestic staff. Who else is having to self-isolate?
Maybe it was Smug's nanny. Oh, Nanny, you've done it again. But I think that
I love the way he attacked the Scottish Tories.
Oh, please. It would be beneficial if you are a member of the Labour Party, I believe, for Boris Johnson to remain in place, because then you will be reminded in every day and in every way what an absolute shower him and the rest of this catastrophic clown show that is running the country are.
Absolutely. And all those people who come to his defence, well, he hasn't been convicted of any criminal activity yet, but loads of people have fined £10,000 for organising parties. So certainly his personal private secretary has to be sacked.
Well, there will be some underling who will get chucked under the bus in order to save the big dog, as he is now apparently referring to himself as. Can you believe that?
Yeah, the big buffoon.
Yeah. Well, it's an act that's worked for him up to this point. See, he doesn't want to resign now because he would be resigning on a negative note. He would be resigning under a cloud. It would not play well to his brand of getting away with it. Because this would like him face planting into the ground. Not a good look for somebody whose money making skills are in the persuading people that he is this person who just floats above everything else and can do whatever he likes and just charms the pants off people. As an absolute copper-bottom failure, that would be an impediment to him earning the big bucks after he leaves.
Well, rather amusingly, his strongest supporters, the Express and the Mail, of course, supported Hitler, let's not forget, the Express and the Mail, the Daily Telegraph and the Sun, all his cheerleaders, and unfortunately, the great majority of the Daily Express readers are fierce royalists. So the Daily Express has turned on him for
have they?
For partying when he's supposed to be in mourning.
Right.
So he's losing support through all sorts of reasons.
Well, you can see some of the papers have selected their favourite, and I think the Mail, at least as far as their female section goes, have certainly fallen in love with Fishy Sunak. Isn't he an absolute dream?
Yeah. Well, as long as the Tory support keeps dropping, and then... Well, I should be surprised if we go on for the next however many years it is to the full-term Parliament.
Well, it's not in their... It's not in their interest at the moment to call it early. I mean, at least not as far as the polls are concerned. I mean, they would only do that if they were guaranteed to win. So I think they probably will go right to the very end and hope that Bodger can pull it out the hat again. But I think his brand is fatally holed under the waterline. That boat's going down. Thanks a lot, Robert. Cheers, mate. Ta-ra. 0345 6060 973. Some of these tweets and texts and so on. Oh my God, there's so many of them. Just seen a picture of where that bloke was calling from, Alton. It looks, well, the picture that I'm looking at looks, how would you describe that? Decrepit? I'm sure it's absolutely lovely and an utter delight everywhere else other than the picture that I'm looking at of Airfields of Britain Conservation Trust, Alton Airfield. It looks dilapidated. It's a fixer-upper. Liquor paint, lovely. Isabel says, I asked my mum if she was at the Prime Minister's disco or if she was going to wait for the inquiry from Sue Gray, and she said the following out loud from her face. Oh, Boris, he's in a mess again. He can't help it. It's just his way, poor love. What is he, says Isabel, 5? Or is it the better-known, leave him alone, he's doing his best? See, that act has worked for him his entire life. That sort of untucked, oh, gosh, who, me? Paw! That. It makes a certain type of person want to mother him because he looks as though he can't dress himself properly. He's a naughty little boy. He's so lovable. He's 50 years old. Or 60 or whatever it is he is. Whatever it is he is. He's not 5. He's not a pet. But he's been able to get away with it his entire life by presenting himself like a teddy bear, like something you'd see on a shelf in a toy shop at Christmas. Oh, people go. Phil texts, he won't go unless his MPs get rid of him. He'll be here until the next election. Best news yet for the opposition, as long as the electorate can't be persuaded to forget the last 18 months or so. Yeah, keep this in mind. I would not be surprised. I'd be surprised if he wasn't still PM, because he does have a history of being able to get by, get through some scrapes like Just William. And just as long as the people remember, because okay, you want me to predict? I predict he'll still be there when we have the next election, and he'll win. Because people, when they come to it, they'll think, oh, well, taxes. The Conservatives are great with the NHS. They'll persuade themselves that all of these things that are wrong are actually right. That up is down and left is right and in is out. Forecasters today predicted the white stuff could hit the UK in 2 weeks' time. That is snow, in case you were wondering, not cocaine. It's not a number 10 party I'm talking about. It's the weather. Brief weather update. A freezing Arctic blast is expected to bring snow flurries and temperatures of -5 centigrade. Heavy snow could blanket London before the end of the month, with most areas expecting a coating on January the 30th, which is very specific, according to forecaster WX Charts. Snow?
Oh, no.
Temperatures are set to plummet this weekend. Lows of 0 in Wales and West England. A yellow fog weather warning was issued for here, there and everywhere, baby.
Warning, warning.
Drivers should expect hazardous driving conditions and slower journey times, so to counteract that, they should speed up and hurtle round blind bends, overtaking anyone daft enough to be driving slowly. Of course, if you have a wing on the back of your car, you will already be doing this.
Thank you.
There's a risk of freezing conditions until next Monday. Temperatures set to plummet to as low as -4 in parts of the country. And I sincerely hope that your parts are not one of the ones that I'm talking about. Met Office spokesmodel Stevens said he was not expecting widespread snow, but for a light dusting on high grounds in Scotland, normal at this time of year. With the cold weather arriving as Britons face a crushing cost of living crisis, it says here, including increased costs on heating bills, the government has advised people to heat the living room during the day and the bedroom while going to sleep if people can't heat all the rooms they use. Or they could just come over to Boris Johnson's place, where there's always a warm welcome. Bring your own refreshments.
Booze.
As much as you can stuff in a suitcase and don't tell anyone, we wouldn't want it to get out. Bodge.
I can't comment on that.
Blah, 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 blah. Some texts and emails and such from last night. There's a boatload of them. Huey texts, is it not possible that Johnson can ask his tech team to set up a Zoom laptop in the fridge in which he is hiding so he can explain what's going on? People are making fun of you, Bodger. Phil texts, he won't go unless his MPs get rid of him. He'll be there until the next election. Best news yet for the opposition, as losing the electorate can't be persuaded not to forget the what? Best news yet for the opposition, as long as the electorate can be persuaded not to forget the last 18 months or so. Wake up, sheeple. It's later than you think. Paul texts, this is so un-Tory-like. Normally they are ruthless and will ditch leaders to ensure their grip on power. But this Tory party reminds me a little of the Trump party, formerly known as the Republicans. Johnson has hijacked the Tory party, and I don't think they can imagine themselves without him. Hence this blind panic. Keep him there. Yeah, I think that if you wanted to see the back of the Conservative Party running this country, then I think you'd probably want him to stay there, just to remind people of, how we got here. Rona says, did you hear Smug yesterday? This would have been Thursday now. I have never wanted to throw my radio out of the window so much. Surely he must be some kind of alien. He's not normal, that's for damn sure, says Rona. Smug?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know
anything. Has anybody in your experience ever thought more of themselves with less good reason than him? Katie texts, Boris et al. Have monumentally messed up. However, they were the safest hand during a global pandemic. Idiotic end to a good run, says Katie, who must have been asleep for the past 2 years. Safest hand during the global pandemic? You've got to be kidding me. Well, apart from every other country on Earth, you mean? Johnny texts, all this alcohol at business meetings would explain some of the decisions. Well, that is true, yeah. Answers a lot of questions that we've been, curious about over the past couple of years, yeah. They were drunk. Explains everything. This text says, wouldn't it be easier to ask what day in the year didn't a party take place? Yeah, I think so. Every day is party time over at number 10. They're having a party. By the way, somebody walked in with a suitcase full of booze, right? They didn't just walk straight into number 10. They had to get past the police persons, armed up to their eyeballs with all sorts of weaponry they are. There's at least 3 of them chit-chatting away every time I drive by. What they have to say to each other, I do not know. I mean, how much information can it be passing to each other? But you don't just walk straight into number 10. You've got to get by them. You've got to get by the gate and then by this hump in the road, a sleeping policeman, they used to call them. Some, like advanced repelling device that would dissuade anybody from launching an attack. You got to go through hoops. You got to get through security. You can't just waltz in with a blooming suitcase. They want to know what's inside the suitcase. What was inside that suitcase?
Booze.
Booze, and lots of it. So police persons must have known that it was going on. Yeah, but that and the noise. Nothing to see here. Please move along. Oh. I mean, it's not funny, but it sort of is. I mean, talking about the police. An 80-year-old white ex-ballet dancer was mistaken for a black suspect in his 30s by highly trained operatives of the Metropolitan Police. What? An 80-year-old tall white ex-ballet dancer was tasered in his own kitchen by the officers of the excellently run Met Police who were looking for a 30-year-old short black man. It's the sort of mix-up we make all the time. I mean, when I'm looking at the telly, I can't tell the difference between Gary Lineker and Jermaine Genus. They all look exactly alike to me. 80-year-old tall, white, ex-ballet dancer Roy Morton was woken on December the 28th by officers armed with submachine guns, who smashed through his front door, tasered him, pinned him to the floor and handcuffed him. Well, he had it coming, because he wasn't doing anything at the time, said Priti Patel. I made that up. Priti Patel said no such thing. The police smashed through his front door, tasered him, pinned him to the floor, handcuffed him after allegedly mixing up his address and apparently becoming blind so that they could not tell the difference between an innocent 80-year-old tall white man and the 30-year-old short black man that they were supposed to be after. Chief Superintendent Phil said,
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
He said a team is investigating what happened, but he can't say any more as he does not want to prejudice Sue Gray's inquiry. He didn't say that. I lied about that too. Liar! Describing the moment armed officers burst into his kitchen at 7 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Morton told the Daily Mail, I was wearing my pyjamas just standing there on the tiled floor, wondering desperately what the hell was going on. Guilty! He said at least 4 police in full riot gear, carrying machine guns, were shining dazzling bright torches in my face, all shouting and screaming something unintelligible at me. Suddenly one of them fired his taser and I fell to the floor of the kitchen, helpless. Then they jumped on me, kneeling on my back to pin me onto the tiled floor, twisting my arms behind my back and handcuffing me, and telling me I was under arrest for impersonating a white man. I'm joking. They didn't say that. It's just another ordinary day with the Met Police under the guidance of their superb leader, Dame Cressida Dick. 3 cheers for Cressida Dick. Hip hip. No? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Narberth. Hello, Neil.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
First of all, I want to start with an apology. Last night you had a phone call from my hometown, Narberth, from someone called Jimmy. And he was talking about the fact that, well, actually the call was meandered along for ages, and I think you ended up saying we needed to call an ambulance to go to Narberth.
Did I? That sounds like something I'd say, yeah.
You did, yeah.
I mean, I was just concerned for his health. I can't remember precisely what it is you're talking about, but yeah, okay.
Well, as anyone would know...
It's my nurturing side coming out, Neil.
Absolutely, no. As anyone knows in South Wales, if you call it for an ambulance, by the time they arrive, you're decomposed anyway. So.
Yeah, you're either cured or dead. Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, enough of that anyway. It wasn't me anyway, I'm not pleased to say, and no relative of mine. I just wanted to check, see if you'd received the message from Priti Patel this week, the one that was about sort of forming a square around the
Bodger.
Yeah. I mean,
she didn't say that, though, did she? You're making that up?
No, I made that up. I'm kind of like thinking that was like the gist of it, given what was done previously for her.
That must be some sort of stupid Eton thing that stupid Eton people say just so that they will know that, or that everybody else will know that they went to stupid Eton. Because ordinarily you would, if you were trying to protect somebody, form a circle around them. It's a stronger shape. A circle, a square, is more easily penetrated. But it probably has something to do with their quadrangles.
In the case of Bodger, of course, it would have to be something like Trafalgar Square, probably, something like that, to be big enough.
Huge, yes. Big dog, that's right. Yeah.
But I was thinking about ringing the Met Police tonight about and perhaps getting the Dangerous Dogs Act employed towards that big dog. Anyway,
I recommend that you do that, Neil, and then call me back. Make your first call from prison to me. Promise me you'll do that. Simon texts, I think Boris Johnson's garden party is the least of our problems that we face with this government. We appear to be sleepwalking into a dictatorship. That's right. Yeah, there's going to be a vote on Monday. Big deal. Big deal. Huge. I won't go into it in depth, but here's a taster. Labour members in the House of Lords are to oppose last-minute amendments to the Police and Crime Bill, which human rights activists have described as a dangerous power grab in a move that could kill the proposals entirely. Hang on, I'm going to cough. That's better. In a low-key announcement on the Labour Lords UK Twitter account on Friday, God, can you imagine what that's like? Boring. The Labour Lords Twitter account. Anyway, they said their party are going to be opposing protest clauses added late to the bill. That is a reference to 18 pages of amendments introduced by the government in November. Unlike the rest of the bill, however, where the Lords can merely send amendments back to the Commons to be reconsidered, because the latest amendments were introduced in the Lords, they will fall if peers vote against them. And Labour's decision to oppose sections of the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill means that with the Greens and the Lib Dem... You remember the Lib Dems, don't you?
No.
Oh, they used to be a thing. Yeah, the Greenies. Groovy. The groovy Greenies and the Lib Dems. Some independents, too. There's going to be enough votes to defeat the government. Yeah, and so on. Anyway, there's, people were protesting about that today, and with good reason. We shouldn't be concentrating on the travails of his imperial bodgeness. We should be concentrating on that instead. So, with that in mind... It's been claimed that his imperial bodgeness, also known as the big dog, the fat Labrador, Bodger Johnson has drawn up a list of officials to be forced to quit as he desperately tries to cling on to his job. He has taken full responsibility to find out who is responsible for everything he has ever done. Heads will roll. The PM's desperate battle plan includes, but is not limited to, selecting officials to offer their resignation and accept blame for what he himself has done. Wow. He's got the Midas touch, no?
No.
They're going to have to budge up on the benches in the House of Lords, because there's a few more coming their way, I bet. Every one of these people who is going to face the sack is going to be out with a promise of you just wait 6 months and you'll be living the high life in the House of Lords, the world's best club. They pay you to be a member. It's understood that Bodger Johnson has himself dubbed the idea to save his own skin Operation Save Big Dog. A big, shaggy, lovable old dog who's become too boisterous and needs to be taken away to live on a farm. Forever. Or at least that's what we'll tell the kids. Meanwhile, anxious Bodger and his ghoulish cast of enablers await the publication of senior official Sue Gray's findings, which I'm sure will be as thorough as any employee would be when investigating their own boss. Now, The Independent says that Mr. Johnson is drawing up a list of colleagues to resign so that he doesn't have to. His Chief of Staff, Dan Rosenfield, who is outstanding in his own field, that's just a fact, and Private Secretary Martin Reynolds, take a letter Reynolds, his Private Secretary. They're both being considered as possible departures from Downing Street and arrivals in the House of Lords, I bet you. I mean, does Bodger actually think that that's going to make us all forget about this? And sigh with relief that a couple of suits that we've never heard of have taken the blame? I mean, do you think we're stupid? Yes. A former Tory cabinet minister said a root and branch overhaul of Number 10 is a bare minimum to translate contrition into action. Oh, do me a favour. I mean, talk about not getting it, as though we'd just go away if they patted us on the head. Sue, fiercely independent Gray's report will make findings of fact, but it'll be for the police to punish lockdown breaches. But as they're busy arresting 80-year-old ex-ballet dancers, they can't come to the phone right now. So if fiercely independent Sue Gray did find, under this mountain of evidence, that they were breaking the law every week for months and months, it's going to be up to the Met Police to prosecute. Case closed, nothing to see here, move along, or it's 51 weeks in jail for you, sunshine. Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer said this shows just how seriously Boris Johnson has degraded the office of Prime Minister. The Conservatives have let Britain down. Boris Johnson should do the decent thing and resign. Whoa, steady on there, Keir Starmer. You're beginning to sound like the opposition. Levi texts, have you seen that Number 10 staff held wine time Fridays throughout the pandemic? But supporters are saying, so what? Because they just want Brexit. Says Levi. Yeah. Wine time Fridays.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
And the whinging and the moaning goes down a lot better with the whining.
Booze.
Exactly. Phil says, Gandhi said, if there's an idiot in power, those who elected him are well represented. Ouch. Alan says, be careful what you wish for. We didn't want May, but we would take her now that we have Johnson. And we would be wishing Johnson back if we ended up with Truss. The brains Truss. Oh, there was a story about her. I mean, there's plenty, but here's one. Liz Truss, the current favourite to succeed Boris Johnson to run this country, hosted a lunch at an expensive private club after overruling civil service advice to look for a cheaper venue. The civil service was trying to limit the expense to us poor dopes who pay taxes.
Thank you.
But the brains Truss said that money is no object when it comes to herself, as long as she's not paying. Leaked correspondence. That place leaks like a sieve. Good thing, too. Leaked correspondence has revealed that the Foreign Secretary refused to consider anywhere else and asked that public funds should pay for a £3,000 event with Joe Biden's trade representative. You know, as though spending $3,000 on an American representative is going to get us a huge and tremendous trade deal. Going to need a lot more than that. Civil servants were so concerned at the cost and the venue's close links to the Conservative Party that the proposal was referred to the most senior official at the Department for International Trade. The Brains Truss and her companions drank... What is it with these people and drink? 2 measures of dry gin, 3 bottles of Paso Barantes Albarino, a Spanish white wine, costing a total of £153. What? And 2 bottles of French red Coudelet de Beaucastel, costing a total of £280.
What?
That's £140 a bottle. And that's just the drink. It's another hard day's work at the top. Before attending the event with the US trade representatives, a civil servant described the club that the Brains Trust wanted to go to as obviously incredibly expensive and more than I understand we'd usually expect to pay for such a venue. The email sent on the 15th of June last said officials had suggested another option, Quo Vadis in Soho, which costs only £1,000. Only. We must seem like ants to them. This was refused. Quo Vadis in Soho was refused. It's a highfalutin joint, and if you have to ask how much it costs, then you can't afford it. But that place was refused on behalf of Liz Truss because she was insisting that they book 5 Hertford Street and that Quo Vadis would be inappropriate. So what was so special about this private members club, you're wondering? Well, this club, 5 Hertford Street, is owned by Robin Burley, a £20,000 donor to Boris Johnson's leadership campaign and half-brother of Zach Goldsmith, the Environment Minister.
Oh, fabulous.
Oh, my God. Truss is reported to have previously used it to host Fizz with Liz dinners, where champagne was served. Fizz with Liz. and Biz with Liz, receptions with potential donors. Biz with Liz. That sounds a bit rude, come to think of it.
Disgusting.
Biz with Liz. No thanks. Appreciate the offer. This was all in preparation for a likely leadership bid. And there it is. The only reason I can think of for not jettisoning Bodger Johnson from the upstairs window at number 10 is the horror of who might replace him. Prime Minister Liz the Brains Truss. I think we need Donald Trump to be re-elected to run America immediately.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Because it's going to take the world's eye off our travails. We need America to start being the laughing stock of the world again. Because at the moment, we are tip-toppermost. At the very tip-toppermost. It's painful. In 2 short years, this clown show has done this to this country.
Yeah. Where
I mean, almost like a blink of the eye. If only we'd had some clue as to what he was like before he... Oh, no, that's right. Everybody knew exactly what he was like. But we just want Brexit. Andrew texts, if you can remember being at a Downing Street party, then it's likely that you weren't there. It gets worse. Have you read about the hangovers thing? Oh, my... Just wait. Just you wait. Callie says, if Johnson goes and we get Sunak, heaven help the disabled or the NHS. Or we could get the Victorian cartoon character, Rees-Mogg. Careful what you wish for. Yeah, exactly.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Peter says, do you think that Dominic Cummings clears his inbox at the end of each week, or does he hang on to old emails for longer? I think he probably hangs on to them forever, just in case. Gordon says, I ordered your A to Z on the train to Edinburgh last Friday, somewhere north of Berwick, and the print version was delivered to an address in the Trossachs that Sunday. Wow, says Gordon. That is a wow. How do they do that? It's like magic. Mike emails, I was going to comment about the appalling situation going on with this awful government, but I've decided to wait until I see Sue Gray's report, just like everybody else in this country. Sue Gray. I'm not sure that Sue Gray even exists. Athene emails, as a youngster in the 1970s, I have always found the dichotomy between what presenters sound like and look like to be absolutely fascinating. Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating. Boring! I mean, you get an idea of what somebody looks like, but they're based on nothing at all, just based on your own imagination, Athene. Richie says, I ain't worried about the Conservative COVID parties. After coughing up my share of 30 grand for his wallpaper, now the British taxpayer may have to fork out for a new swing. I hope it's not gold like the wallpaper, says Richie. That's right. Talking about that, number 10 staff regularly slept off their hangovers on sofas after staying up until 3 a.m. after a hard day at the bar. Booze. According to a Downing Street insider, cleaners would be greeted by empty drinks left on desks the next morning, bottles everywhere, nor any drop to drink. An insider told The Times people used to sleep off their hangovers in the buildings overnight on sofas. And in the mornings, there were empty drinks on the desks and that the cleaners had to pick up. There was a culture of boozing. Oh, my God. We're all lucky to be alive. Were any of them ever sober? They said staff had to put chairs across the door to Mr. Johnson's office to stop him coming into contact with people because he simply did not think about following the rules. Yeah, no rules apply to the big dog, Bodge. That dog needs taken to the vets. Stop him humping the furniture.
Disgusting.
Staff took turns to stock up on drinks at the local Tesco Metro with a wheelie suitcase to fill up the 34-bottle fridge, which was delivered through the back door of Downing Street on December the 11th, 2020. Why didn't they just relocate number 10 to a Wetherspoons to save the trips? And in December, while they were gallivanting, us poor dopes what pay taxes were forbidden to mix indoors, or even mostly outdoors. under threat of having our legs slapped by Priti Patel and our bank accounts raided for a 5-figure sum. Meanwhile, Downing Street scheduled Wine Time Fridays into the electronic calendars of 50 Number 10 staff every week between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m.
What?
I mean, it wasn't even hush-hush, pass-it-on thing. Psst, we're meeting tonight, don't tell anyone. I mean, they were practically putting up bunting and banners saying, well done, everybody, you made it through a whole day since Thursday, and now it's Wine Time Fridays. I mean, serious question. If you can get put in jail for being in charge of a motor vehicle while drunk, what's the charge for being drunk in charge of a country? Any thoughts on that one, Bodge?
I followed the ministerial guidance at all times.
Sue Gray, the famously independent Sue Gray, the senior civil servant investigating the litany of claims, is said to have been completely blindsided by the latest revelations and has immediately concluded that no rules were broken, the Prime Minister is a man of absolute integrity, and no blame should be levelled at such a magnificent big dog as him. Or at least that's how it played out in my mind. How about you? Meanwhile, Cabinet Ministers who publicly backed their leader this week said it's becoming increasingly difficult to justify their support. Increasingly difficult? I mean, what are they waiting for to drop their support? For Bodge to set fire to the Houses of Parliament as a jape? To find out that he's installed a torture chamber in the basement? For Bodger to rip his head off and reveal that inside he's a shape-shifting alien from space? What are they waiting for? Cabinet Ministers say it's becoming increasingly difficult to justify their support. Can you believe that? One of them said, this is the last chance saloon. More revelations of parties and a pummelling at the local elections and the party will rise up. Oh, well, as long as you've drawn a line in the sand. The worst death and economic hit from COVID of any major country. The billions disappeared into the air on this or that dodgy deal. The debasement of this nation's reputation. All of that you were okay with. But lose a couple of Tories their jobs at a local election and that's it. He's got to go. A dozen Tory MPs have now criticised the Prime Minister publicly, while another in a Redwall constituency ran a Facebook poll asking if he should go. Should he stay or should he go? And a senior party activist said he wished to never hear of him again, all of whom will be under the tyres of a Boris bus before they know what's hit them. Meanwhile, it appears that voters have finally woken up. Put your socks on, sheeple. It's later than you think. 7 out of 10 of us apparently believe that His Imperial Bodgeness has not been telling the truth about his involvement in the Bring Your Own Bottle garden party, which implies that 30% of the people in this country still think that he's an honest person. Like his idol.
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
He does things proper. 63% of us said that he should resign. Again, meaning about 4 in 10 are quite content with the way things are going. And that's about enough to get him elected again. Because I bet that those 4 in 10 will absolutely, totally and definitely go out to vote because, and I bet this is true, he got Brexit done. How's Brexit going, by the way?
Brexit's going great.
The PM's spokesman admitted an apology had been made to Buckingham Palace over what they called regrettable behaviour in Downing Street on April the 16th last year, when 2 other leaving do's took place, including for the departing Director of Communications, James Slack, who went on to the Sun newspaper and seemed to have forgotten about being at a party the day before the funeral of Prince Philip, at which the actual blooming Queen had to sit alone because of the rules doled out by the leader of this cavalcade of clowns, one Bodger Big Dog Johnson. What a scoop that would have been for The Sun if only the deputy editor of The Sun had remembered that he was there and that the party was thrown as a leaving do for him. All 3 leaving events have now been referred to Sue Gray's investigation. Sue Gray. If they keep saying Sue Gray, they must be hoping that we'll fall into a hypnotic trance. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Still, pretty soon there's going to be a war. That'll take the mind off. He must be desperate for it to start right now. Look at this switchboard. Where is everyone? Nobody's interested in this topic anymore. Right, OK, I'll move on. Let's talk about socks. War in Ukraine is inevitable, with a Russian invasion just days away. This came after President Vlad the Insaner amassed tens of thousands of troops on the border, with intelligence sources suggesting he may launch a disguised attack on his own forces to justify going into Ukraine. Which lucky Russian soldiers is it going to be? Tobias Ellwood, Tory chairman of the Commons Defence Committee, said, "I'm afraid an invasion by Russian forces is inevitable and imminent, and we have allowed this to happen. We had the opportunity to place sufficient military hardware and personnel in Ukraine to make President Putin think twice about invading, but we failed to do so because we were drunk at the time." I added that last bit on at the end. Still, on the upside, a little light war will certainly take the eye off Bodge and his incredible exploding premiership. The US and the UK have dismissed Russian demands for a veto on former Soviet republics joining NATO and rebuffed calls for the removal of Western troops from Eastern Europe. They said, "No, no, 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 no." And Vlad's upset. Russian Defence Ministry footage released showed armoured vehicles yesterday and other military hardware being loaded onto trains in what Moscow called an inspection drill. Oh, it's just an inspection, purely routine. Vladimir Putin said there's nothing to worry about. A US official said, "We have information that indicates Russia has already pre-positioned a group of operatives to conduct a false flag operation in eastern Ukraine. That is a disguised act with the intention of blaming another party. But the Russians won't be able to know for certain who is to blame before Sue Gray presents her findings to the inquiry." Top US diplomat Michael Carpenter warned, "The drumbeat of war is sounding as loud as the techno in the basement of number 10. Turn that racket down." Hello, Christine.
Hi, Nick.
Christine.
I just want to say that Roger Big Dog Johnson has to go because he's lied at Parliament, and his government has undermined democracy by lying themselves. You know, for example, what's his name? Oh, no, what's his name?
Smug.
Smug. Mm-hmm. He actually wanted to tear up the book of the standards, didn't he? Just to push something through for their own benefit rather than the benefit of the country. And secondly, he even lied to the Queen. So what sort of a government are they? And 50% continuously does it, and nobody seems to say anything.
What sort of a government are they? Who are these people? Exactly. How did they get to such positions of power? It's the good people of whoever voted them in, is how it happened.
All they say is Brexit's done. Brexit hasn't been done. It's affected our economy so badly.
Plus, they still haven't.
People are going to wake up and realise, oh well, it was Brexit, but not anymore. We want to go back.
And they still haven't finished negotiating it. The Brains Trust is the latest one to have a bash.
Anything else?
I know. I'll go to the foot of our stairs, Christine, except I've been there already. I've worn the carpet right through to the floorboards. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. B-Text just chatted with close friends in Germany for over an hour. Boris Johnson and his sycophantic, incompetent government are providing the utmost entertainment over there. Well, if you were wondering what's he good for, amusement for foreigners. Global Britain, where is Britain on the world stage? Nowhere. Shocking, says B. B can't believe it. Lisa texts, a caller on LBC this week suggested we boo for Boris every Thursday night on our doorsteps until he goes. I'm totally behind this. Let's make it happen, says Lisa. Well, as good as idea as I've heard this year. Why not? Broadstairs. Hello, Phil.
Hello there, Nick.
Phil.
I was just thinking this Downing Street policing model is rather challenging for those of us who are trying to sort of, keep abreast of the police and criminal whatever it is bill coming in shortly because it seems to me it's the perfect place to run a large-scale drug deal or headquarter an organised crime syndicate, because they never look at anything, do they, when it's coming in?
No.
So presumably you could bring anything in.
Anything at all.
Contraband, anything you want.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering, is this really the acceptable level of policing, that they can only investigate one thing at a time, that they have to wait for a civil servant to tell them what to do, that the police outside sort of don't seem to monitor anything? I mean, who could get in there? And apparently half of them weren't working there. Who could get in there under what thing and do what? I mean, seriously, it strikes me that the security there is most bizarre.
Yes. Doesn't look secure to me. No.
Well, can I just mention one last thing?
Maybe,
you
actually.
You always have to ask yourself the Bush question.
The what?
The Bush question.
The Bush question?
If
Absolutely.
Bush resigns, do you want Cheney?
Right.
So, if Johnson goes, do you want ... It
No.
was what they used to say during the Iraq wartime,
No, I
You're
don't.
complaining about Bush, but do you want Cheney?
Yeah. Do I want Cheney? Do I want the Brains Trust? Do I want Smug? Do I want Angular, Tetchy, Humanoid, Dominic, Deck Chair, Rob? Let me think about that.
No.
No, it's a no from me. Thanks, Phil. It does... What? Where's that coming from? Oh, no, there's a phantom noise. Not this again. I'll have to go and seek it out. Leave it with me. It does occur to me that, all that heavy security around Downing Street, they've got gates and more gates, and they've got policemen armed up to the eyeballs with all sorts of machinery. Maybe they're not there to protect who's inside from us. Maybe they're there to protect us from who's inside. Well, it's worth thinking about. What do you reckon, Bodge? He's thinking. 0345 6060 973. Dover, John.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Evening, Nick.
Yes, John.
Vladimir Putin.
Vlad the Insaner.
Yes, whatever. I'm not convinced, and I'm probably in a minority, that he is going to invade Ukraine. I think it's a dangerous game of brinkmanship.
Who is playing?
That he is playing with the West.
Playing. Right.
Yes. And I mean, there was an allegation yesterday by the Americans that the Ukraine cyber attack came from Russia, and there's been a statement tonight from the Ukraine Security Agency saying it came from Belarus.
Oh yeah.
So I think there's some misinformation being battered about, and I'm not convinced we're getting the full story about how far he's got troops near the frontier. I think there's a game going on, I think, but it is a dangerous one.
Right, but who's playing this game?
Well, I think he's playing it with the West, and I think that Europe probably saw Biden as a friend, and I don't think Biden has turned out to be the friend Europe thought he was going to be, and I think he's aligning himself much more with China now, and I think it's annoying the Russians to some extent.
Is aligning himself with China?
Well,
China.
As opposed to Russia.
Well, yeah.
I think... Yes, but I'm saying I think that's what's partly annoying the Russians.
Well, since when has America allied itself with Russia?
Well, it hasn't, but I'm just saying I think there's a political game going on as opposed to
always
a military game going on. But I don't think there's no interest on his part to invade Ukraine.
On Putin's part?
Yes.
How do you know?
Well, I don't. I'm just saying it's a personal opinion. Okay. If I'm sitting here in the morning and I haven't been duped, I'm probably right. So.
Okay. If that's the bar for success, if you get up in the morning and you haven't been nuked, then I think we're doing very, very well. Thanks a lot, John. 0345 6060 973. It certainly would take the mind off Bodger and his various travails, though, wouldn't it? I bet he's yearning for it to happen. Johnny emails, Jacob Rees-Mogg is an anti-establishment, man-of-the-people politician. He understands the struggles of ordinary folk, having worked his way up in the face of adversity. He is an honest and committed public servant who works tirelessly to make life better for all of us. We should be thanking him, says Johnny. Good one, Johnny. Regent's Park. Hello, Vance.
Hello, Nick. Thank you, as ever, for keeping me sane. Nick, I think one of the problems is that Bodger and his criminal cabal have seized the narrative, and they're still trying to do that all the time. Operation Save Top Big Dog, is it?
Yeah, can you believe that?
Yeah. Well, I think it's about time that we started to make the narrative, we the people. And I'm taking my cue from something you said last night. You mentioned that the government treats us taxpayers as fools.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right. So I've got a question for you, Nick. And I know your listeners will be listening to this question, so it's a question for them. And it's simply this. Why should we pay our taxes anymore to keep a publicly renowned liar, hypocrite, and cheat in number 10 Downing Street? Why should we pay our taxes anymore?
Well, because those taxes get put in a big pot for the benefit of all. I mean, I know that they spend them on things that don't benefit us at all, but if nobody paid any taxes, then you can kiss goodbye to pretty much everything that we hold dear.
Yes, but we have no moral obligation to pay taxes to keep criminals in power, to keep a liar in power in 10 Downing Street. There is no moral obligation on we the people, on us the people, to pay any taxes so long as we have that sort of government who treats us as, well, not just fools, but as debris, as detritus. I mean, that's how I feel.
There may be no moral obligation, but I'm pretty sure that there's a legal obligation.
Well, it would be interesting to know what your listeners, have to say about that.
Oh, I'm sure not one single one of them actually wants to pay any tax, me included. But we like the things that the tax that we pay gets us. It's just that we wish they spent more of it on the things that we want rather than the things that they want.
Rather than their booze and their sort of, expensive furniture and stuff like that.
Right.
Yep. Anyway, that's my contribution
Okay,
for
excellent
tonight,
work.
Nick.
Thanks, Vance. 0345 6060 973. Pauline says, I asked my local Tory MP if he thought Bodger was the right person to run the country. He told me I was watching too much telly while he was getting on with what the people wanted.
What?
God, I would have been really annoyed. I did think about writing to my MP today, but then I thought, what's the point? He's just another one of these nodding dogs. Not the big dog, like no, you're not one of the big dog.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Not that kind of dog. Just a nodding dog. Like those things you used to see in the back shelf of cars. Yes, Boris. Yes, Boris. Yes, Boris. Like one of those people. Like an automaton.
Affirmative.
Just wind him up and watch him go. So I thought, what's the point? It'll only get me on some sort of list. Fortunately, I'm keeping a low profile. I hope that no one's listening to this. Dinesh emails, what is even more surprising to me is... I'll start that again. What is even more surprising to me, more than the parties at Downing Street, is that why has it taken so long? Nearly 2 years now for these stories to come out. You would have thought that with so many parties, and with so many people invited, someone would have come clean. Even now, no one is saying who were involved and who attended. That's a good point, Dinesh. Blooming ages this took to come out. Huh. I'm finding it hard to get past that Pauline email. I asked my local Tory MP if he thought Bodger was the right person to run the country. He told me I was watching too much telly. Kevin tweets, is it true the Conservative Party are rebranding as the Conservative Work Event? When a regime that relies on power and the authority of the law to maintain its hold over us, when they start to become a laughing stock, then I think that's it, game over. It might just be game over, but like people have been saying, we should be careful for what we wish for, because we might be being run by Prime Minister Liz Truss. Or billionaire cashmere hoodie model and professional mirror gazer fishy Sunak. Spends all day long going, look at that reflection. Aren't I just a dream? So, but fortunately, there's always two things happening at the same time. There's the top of the table and the bottom of the table. I am fervently hoping that Leeds stay up. Come on, Leeds. You know you can do it. Vince texts, and I only say that because as a child, for some random reason, I was in Chelmsford in Essex at the time, going to Boswell's Comprehensive, which is, I think it's still there. And I selected the Leeds from all the teams that were available, I think because they were flying high. Billy Bremner and, all that. So I still have, a soft spot for the whites, the yellows and the blues. And I think the Premiership would be a more dull place without them. Vince texts, I thought it was just me, but I'm completely with you on that fishy Sunak. I don't trust him at all, says Vince. His nodding head, like those toys once used in the back of cars when sat behind his pfeffleness at PMQs, is truly vomit-inducing. Nobody can be that servile without a cunning plan. He's got a little scheme. Let's have Lewisham. Hello, Hannah.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Hannah.
Hi. Look, I always thought he was an ugly mutt.
Who?
Boris.
Oh. Yes.
Yeah, it's incredible he's had the crassness to call it Operation Save
Big Dog.
Yeah, mm-hmm. I mean, do you think... I know everything is incredibly unbelievable, but in reality, where Boris is concerned, it's possible, and it's definitely happened. Do you really believe it, or is it a media thing?
What, this, he's calling himself the Big Dog?
Yeah, Save Big Dog.
Yeah, I do believe that.
Yeah, it just points to him thinking that he's still back in the culture, smothered in the culture of Eton. But the other thing is...
And, by the way, smothered in the love of the people. He still imagines himself in that role.
Yeah,
and he can't quite get his head around people being angry with him, I bet. Because he's always been able to get away with it just by going, paw! Ruffling his hair and untucking his shirt and presenting himself like somebody who needs to be mothered and cared for. And people go, he's doing his best.
Yeah, I just think it's very psychopathic. But how is it possible to lose weight yet still appear as podgy as ever?
I don't know.
I think I do. I think it's that overlarge head of his. I
think it's his suits. He deliberately distresses his suits to make them look cheap. I'm sure they're not cheap. I'm sure he gets them made in Savile Row. I'm sure they're north of £3,000. It's just that, like anybody of his ilk, he likes to wear expensive things but make it look terrible, as though he's so entitled that he can just treat that expensive kit like rubbish. Other people will come and pick it up off the floor, as opposed to people who can't quite afford that kind of thing, that if they do buy themselves a nice bit of clothing, they'll be sure to put it on a hanger immediately and in a moth-proof bag and all of the rest of it. But him and his ilk, they'll just leave it on the street outside as they undress, before walking into the house.
Yeah, well, the Aristos are well known to have holes in their, pink cardigans or whatever they wear.
The who?
Aristocrats, Yeah. Look, for a long, long time, I've been thinking to myself, who does he remind me of? And he reminds me of the ending of Scott Fitzgerald's great Gatsby, which brings in your money aspect that you've just been talking about now. The vacuous Daisy and her husband Tom. I'm just going to paraphrase it here, but it's a beautiful ending to the novel.
Oh no, you're not going to tell us the end. What? Don't tell us.
No, it's not the ending. But the ending. It says Daisy and Tom.
You're going to tell us the ending.
Are careless people smashing up things and creatures and retreating back into their money or their vast carelessness and let other people clean up the mess. Now,
that sounds about right.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Spot blooming on there, Hannah. Good work.
No, I've been thinking that for a long, long time. I thought to myself, he's just the epitome of Daisy and Tom in the Great right. Gatsby.
Okay. I get it. All right.
Combined.
Well spotted. F. Scott Fitzhannah. Good work. 0345 6060 973. I'll wait till the video comes out. Oh, they've made one? Vince texts, I thought it was just me, but I've read that. Chris texts, my top 3 Liz Truss moments? Glad you asked. Quotes, I'll be in Beijing opening new pork markets. Oh, that was funny. If you haven't seen that, you've got to look at that up on the World Wide Wait. She's so thrilled with herself, and she just throws these lines out, waiting for a laugh or a round of applause, which never comes. And the look of panic on her face. It's just a marvellous thing. Here's another quote. We import 2/3 of our cheese. That is a disgrace, she said. These are quotes from Chris. And finally, when she stood in the Commons and said prison officers were deploying barking dogs to scare off drones bringing in contraband. God help us, says Chris. Well, I think if he or she, sexist, was going to do that, then they would have done so by now. I think we're on our own. Quaker's Yard. Hello, Darren.
Hello. I thought that Pretty's family, kind of like from Idi Amin's country, was already here in Leicester and up north.
Huh?
But Priti Patel, Idi Patel, and kind of like what's the other one called now? Kind of like the businessman. What's his name? Kind of like
well, you're going to have to nail it down.
I think he's called, isn't he? I mean, like that's maybe he should run the country.
Papadoc, yeah, okay, I'll get him on the phone. Get Papadoc on the phone straight away. Have some business for him. I have no idea what that was about, and I'm sure I'm begging you not to explain it to me. But thanks a lot, Darren. Sounded like a listener with material. Richard tweets, Downing Street and utter chaos and the national insurance increases and energy price hikes yet to come. How can anyone vote Tory again? Yeah, but, what about chaos with Jeremy Corbyn? Speaking of electricity, have you heard the good news? As millions prepare for their fuel bills to double this year, MPs will be left out of pocket just like the rest of us. I'm kidding. Of course they won't, because we will be paying their bills. What? MPs who represent seats outside London can claim back the cost of their electricity and gas on expenses. 316 MPs put in utilities claims last year. That's about half of them. Because earning only £82,000 a year with £250,000 in expenses is apparently not enough to cover their own bloomin' fuel bills.
Fabulous.
These figures were published by the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority, which is a laugh in and of itself. How can you police standards in a place where there aren't any? Ain't that right, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Claims for utilities totalled £234,000 a year, paid for by us poor dopes who can barely afford to pay our own fuel bills, let alone theirs as well. MPs are allowed to recoup thousands a year for council tax and phone lines and broadband and heating and water and travel and staff. Staff is the biggie. Some MPs shell out £180,000 a year for staff, who, in a lot of cases, also happen to be their own wives or husbands or sons, or daughters, or lovers, or various assorted hot totty.
Disgusting.
The largest individual utilities bill was submitted by Tory MP Danny Kruger. He claimed £3,598 in 1 year for electricity.
What?
£3,598 for electricity. Or was he powering the heating for the local swimming pool? How can you spend £3,598 on electricity? Here, Danny Kruger, have you left a light on? You remember former Health Secretary Matt Hancock, don't you?
Bill!
Yes, that's him. He claimed £2,588 last year for heating oil at the Suffolk home where he lived with his wife and their 3 children before he decided to get warm somewhere else. Virginia Crosby, a former banker who is now a Tory MP, claimed £2,634 last year. Tory grandee Sir Edward Lee claimed £2,332 last year. Tory MP Mel Stride claimed £2,347. Attorney General Suella Braverman claimed £2,018 last year. Guess how many of the top 10 claimants are from the Conservative Party? Go on. We could play a game. Isn't it exciting?
No.
Guess how many of the top 10 claimants are from the Conservative Party. Now, keep in mind that there's 650 MPs, 55% of which are Tories. So you'd think that, on average, about 55% of the top 10 claimants would be Tories. Yes?
Negative.
No, of course not. Don't be silly. 80% of the top claimants are Conservative MPs. MPs who claim costs for their own homes can claim up to £5,480 a year for utility bills and council tax and service charges and phone lines and internet and all of that. And those who rent in London have an annual budget of £23,290, which includes utilities and rent, and outside the capital it's 16 grand odd. For them, not for you. I mean, if you had to move for your job or you needed somewhere to stay because you finished too late to get back home, you would sleep in your car or pay your own way. But not our esteemed representatives. They don't have to pay for a thing because they're worth it. He says, been listening to the MSM all day and it seemed that nearly everyone wants Boris gone. But just been reading the comments on social media and I'm yet to find a real person that wants to see him gone. Maybe the majority of the people don't actually care about Boris's parties. Andrew, you're looking at this through the wrong end of the telescope. Of course you found people that agree with you on social media. That's because you follow people on social media that agree with you. Muswell Hill. Hello, Michael.
Oh, hi, Nick. How are you?
Michael, good, thanks.
Good. Nick, I'm feeling a bit chuffed with myself, which is probably a terrible thing to admit when you're ringing up Nick, because you're probably going to take me down a couple of steps. But a couple of years ago, I rang you up and I said the real model that Boris Johnson had based himself on was not Winston Churchill, but it was a great big sheepdog. And I think you then referred to the Dulux advert.
Oh, well, that's where my mind just went just now, yeah.
Exactly. You know, a big shaggy dog who bumps into things, but he's very lovable and he's forgivable. And I'm just really, I don't know, but have you heard that he, Number 10 now have a campaign to save the big dog?
Yeah.
And the big dog is the term that Boris Johnson has given himself.
Yeah. We believe
I thought
that.
You really couldn't make it up, could you?
No. And I think at this point it would probably be better if this country was being run by the Dulux dog. Get Dulux on the phone. We'll see if we can borrow their prop.
I think it probably caused less damage, but apart from that, I don't know if you've read, if you listen to your the Daily Mail presenter that we have on LBC at the moment, Andrew Pearce, is having a bit of an identity crisis at the moment because even he can't stop himself criticising the Brexiteer Boris Johnson, but he managed to find some lord this morning. I think it was Lord Moynihan who who seems to be a stereotypical grandee, rather like your character, the Lord. And according to Lord Moynihan, we really, really should not be criticising Boris for this outrageous behaviour.
Yeah.
This outrageous behaviour, and I kid you not, according to this Lord, is the result of Dominic Cummings wearing jeans to work.
Well, that makes as much sense as anything else I've heard over the past 2 years.
Well, as the Lord himself said, he said, Boris, he's always in a suit and a shirt and tie. Well, occasionally I've seen him without a tie, but really he's always dressed appropriately. Whereas that Dominic Cummings, he turns up to work in jeans and a t-shirt.
Shocking.
And the dreadful behaviour at number 10 is nothing got to do with the fact that our PM is a congenital liar who thinks rules apply to everybody else. It's actually all down to Dominic Cummings turning up for work in a jeans.
Yeah, looking like a tramp, exactly.
Like, so it's no wonder there's no respect for the Queen. It's I mean, you really could not make this stuff up, and he's a lord. So either Nick, he's really, really stupid, or he thinks we're really, really stupid, or maybe it's a case of both. But it all happened today on LBC.
Right. Well, I can't make a decision as to whether he's stupid or whether we're stupid until Sue Gray's investigation has delivered its findings. But thanks for that, Michael. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Oh, God, there was a couple of characters that came out this week. I just had to laugh out loud. Here's one of them. Answering an urgent question tabled by the Labour Party about the parties. Paymaster General Michael Ellis told MPs he has confidence in Mr. Johnson's integrity and honour. Which only makes the nation concerned about the judgment of Paymaster General Michael Ellis. I mean, do that lot really think they can just brush all this off by telling us not to question them? The Prime Minister has made it very clear that, and then insert some old waffle here. They all come out with that phrase, he has made it very clear that. Yeah, he has. It doesn't mean it's true. I mean, are they really so steeped in the aura of their own superiority that they imagine if they stand in front of a burning fireworks factory and tell us there's nothing to see here, that we'll all stop looking and just go home? And I did think that, I bet Paymaster General Michael Ellis went to Eton, so I checked it, and he didn't. He went to Wellingborough School, an independent school in the market town of Wellingborough in Northamptonshire, established in 1597, and is one of the oldest schools in the country, charges about 17 grand a year for the privilege of sending a kid there, so it's Eton adjacent then.
Oh, fabulous.
Prime Minister Bodge and his wife Carrie Antoinette are understood to have been among 40 people in attendance at the event in Downing Street Garden on the 20th of May, when outdoor gatherings were banned in England. Just one of the many knees-ups that seem to be the way that business is done in number 10. Yeah, it would probably have saved us a lot of money if they'd just moved the whole of Downing Street into Stringfellows. Facing relentless heckles and laughter from opposition benches in the Commons, Paymaster General Michael Ellis, who was elected as an MP by the good people of Northampton North, said the PM takes this matter very seriously. Laughing at him. And he repeated that line about an investigation is taking place and senior civil servant Sue Gray and the independent and thorough, and they can't say more about the investigation until it reports, and blah, blah, blah. Paymaster General Michael Ellis told the Commons it's clear that in this country the same rules apply to everyone.
What?
No. It's not clear. It's the opposite of clear. It's clear that in this country the same rules do not apply to everyone. And anyone who tries to suggest otherwise really has not been paying attention. He said the Prime Minister is going nowhere. He retains the confidence of the people of this country. No. This guy needs a lie down. Are you kidding me? I mean, they're still at the point that they think that if they tell us that up is down and black is white and that there's nothing to see here, that we'll believe them. I mean, we may be mugs, but we're not that stupid. And as for Bodger not going anywhere, well, that's true. He's holed up, hiding from us, after an unnamed family member tested positive for COVID. You know, as though that stopped him in the past. Which family member is it, Bodge? Is it one that doesn't exist? Just asking. And here's the proof of how we think about the regime that's got the smell of a dead fox about it. A YouGov poll. That is YouGov, owned by number cruncher Zaphod.
And 1, 2,
3,
11.
Oh. A poll carried out by YouGov this week showed 56% of respondents believe the PM should resign from his role over the allegations. And Labour are on 38 and the Conservatives are on 28. Wow. The Greenies are on 7.
Groovy.
The Groovy Greenies on 7%. They've come on a lot. Who would make the best Prime Minister? Keir Starmer, 35%. Bodger Johnson, 22%. There's more. How well or badly do you think the government are doing handling Britain's exit from the European Union? Well, 28%. Badly, 60%. 60% of people who expressed a preference think the government is handling our exit from the European Union badly. How's it going?
Brexit's going great.
In hindsight, do you think that Britain was right or wrong to vote to leave the European Union? Wrong, 50%. Right, 38%. But, apart from all that, how's it going? Yeah, he's all revved up and ready to go. But he doesn't want to go out because people are being mean to him, so he's staying in. He's got a note. Chelsea texts, I'm aged 28. 28 years old. I don't appreciate being called a stupid youngster, says Chelsea. Not all young people fail to have a political opinion. Shoeboxing us all as stupid won't encourage us to vote. Rude, says Chelsea. Chelsea, bend your vast mind to this. I'm not... When I was talking yesterday, this text to come in from yesterday. I'm still getting through yesterday's text. I hope that there's no texts in from today, because otherwise I'm screwed. I'll have to stay afterwards. I was saying that, younger people are stupid because they don't go out to vote as much as older people do. 100% of everybody over the age of 60 goes out to vote. Absolutely nothing will stop them. Tsunami waves coming in the opposite direction will not stop them. They'll put on their flippers to get to the voting booth, if necessary. But younger people are all like, no, I don't want to. I can't be bothered. I'll go tomorrow, I'm busy. Checking my emails and my Twitter feed, all that. I'm not saying all of them, Chelsea. Of course I'm not. You vastly intelligent person, you. Rob texts, just check the Health and Safety at Work Act. You can't drink alcohol at work if you're working with tools. Good one, Rob. Normally I don't like listeners with material, but in that case, I'm going to let that pass. So these are the last two texts from last night, and I just looked ahead to see how many I've got to get through from today, and... oh, no! It's ridiculous. I'll never do it. How do these people get my number? Jan texts, genuine question, what do all these people do in Downing Street when they're not eating and drinking? Well, I don't think there's a moment in the day when they're not eating and drinking, apart from sleeping it off. And this text says, I think that they have been buying the booze for the Downing Street parties with the lockdown fines. Yeah, that sounds about right. Doesn't it? That sounds about right. I mean, where's it going otherwise? Exactly who gets that money? What do they do with it? Pop straight over to Tesco Metro with a suitcase on wheels. Woolwich. Hello, Richard.
From Woolwich. Hello.
Richard.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
I treat these sessions like therapy sessions because my family are very big Johnson fans. So I go insane when I'm chatting with them. So I tuning into your program is just like, for me, a sanity session.
Well, the doctor is in.
Thanks, good. But I must try your Carol sessions as well. You and Carol, I need to tap into those.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yes, they're a hoot and a half. We are putting our 100th episode on the internet on Monday. We've done 100 of them. I can't believe it. That's 100 hours of us just pulling material out of our ears. Not our ears, our ears. And we've put what our favourite clips are from those 100 episodes at the end, and some of them are absolutely hysterical. So that's coming out on Monday. It's called "What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol?" You can get it. You can get all my podcasts on the Global Player, which is a very good app. It's got all the stations that we do and all the podcasts. Or just ask for it by name on an internet near you. What's your problem with Nick and Carol? But yeah, try it. You might like it.
Yeah, I've got loads of issues that I can come up with. They're all related to the Tories. But I mean, the producer asked me, actually quite pointedly, what do I want to say, and I just struggle to put it into words, really.
You're just exasperated.
I am Mr. Exasperated, yeah, and it's because I'm going through these kind of massive emotions. I really am treating you like a therapist. I'm sorry, but I mean, it's in business we have these models where we go through shock, anger, and we get to acceptance. There's loads of those kind of models out there. This one is a roller coaster. This one I just can't seem to get off it. I went through the shock, I went through the anger, and now I've gotten into this kind of incredulity phase, which I've never experienced in any dealings I've had in business. And in this incredulity stage is, I mean, can the guy's run off? He's just disappeared under this kind of, I think, bogus assertion that he's nursing a COVID victim in his family, which is totally bizarre.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's saying that he's nursing a COVID victim. I think he's just saying he's come into contact with one, so therefore he can't come out. Right, so that's ever stopped him in the past.
So, yeah, I mean, that sounds suspiciously like one of those Fridge episodes. And just this whole thing about, oh, God, I mean, where to start? I mean, it's so the idea that they had these wine time Fridays and they had wheelie cases to the local co-op. I know that co-op. It's in Trafalgar Square.
Yeah.
It's a good one. It's one where you can get your last minute booze, because I think they open till 12. And the idea that they were sort of...
Well, they open 24 hours a day, but you can't buy booze there after hours. I know, because I've tried.
So the idea that they're bombing up Whitehall and coming back with wheelie cases and it's no longer anger. That's what I'm saying.
Well, there's 5 stages of grief: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. So where are you on that scale? Denial and anger and depression, but you haven't reached acceptance yet.
Yeah, but there's missing. I mean, she's missed one. I think she passed away recently, but the person who came up with that theory. I mean, it's this kind of absolute sense of incredulity. This kind of. I mean, I don't know if I'm just going back to the shock phase. Maybe that's it. But I'm just banging my head. I don't get it. And then that guy who turned up in Parliament, the Paymaster General, who sounded exactly like Rees-Mogg. I was listening to it on the radio. It confused me. Completely confused me.
I think the attitude is, don't question us, peasant. It's infuriating. Exactly. Yeah. And they do that because up to this point And I'm sure after this point, because this will blow over, something else will come along and distract us, something shiny, like a war. But they've been getting away with it. We have accepted being treated as inferior, as underlings, as though they are in every way superior to us. We love it, actually. That's the British malaise, this sort of cap-doffing mentality that there are a whole caste of people that are superior from birth, born to rule.
Yeah, exactly that. That fuels my anger as well, because... But the other thing is then this complete sort of... He's going to cull all the civil servants in his Operation Big Slob, or whatever it's called. Big Dog,
say
Big
Fat
Slob.
Labrador, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's that idea of the gambler from the privileged class goes to the table, loses his shirt, and then goes back and beats everyone around for it. I just think this is just this ongoing broken record.
Except that's a good scenario. Except he didn't bet his shirt; he was betting with somebody else's money and lost their money, and then blamed somebody else for him losing, and etc. So on.
And the final irony, Nick.
Yeah.
We were told that we can't get rid of our European masters, and therefore we should vote Brexit. And hey, isn't it interesting? We can't even get rid of our British masters.
Yes, and our next Prime Minister, assuming they jettison him, will not be voted for by us. Be another unelected bureaucrat. All right, Thanks a lot, Richard. 0345 6060 973. Andrea texts, Big Dog needs rescuing from a very hostile environment. He has to be rehomed due to no fault of his own. Bit scruffy, but a good brush and a cut will sort his fur out. Applications will only be considered from households that, like a party, have a wine cellar and a fridge full of cheese. I think we should put one of those cones over his head. So he doesn't lick his wounds. Imogen says, maybe Bodger should build 40 new off-licences instead of 40 new hospitals. These off-licences could include airport-style baggage carousels for fast, easy booze purchasing. This would improve the nation's GDP because of the resulting increase in work meetings. Well, that just makes sense. Good thinking there, Imogen. And Nathan texts, outrage fatigue is setting in. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we're about ready for some more gaslighting. Well, I have just the very thing. How about this? Priceless. Same subject, different angle. Boris Johnson and his ministers were accused this week of being careless about whether high standards of behaviour are maintained at the heart of government. You've got to be kidding me. That's what they're guilty of. Carelessness about whether high standards of behaviour are maintained at the heart of government. That's the extent of their guilt. They were careless. Lord Evans of Weardale, chairman of the Committee on Standards in Public Life, said that a slew of recent scandals, including the funding for the PM's Downing Street flat refurbishment, raised serious questions. Raised serious questions? I mean, what is the standard, the Committee on Standards in Public Life for? Is a serious question. I mean, if after everything that we've heard and all we've been through this past 2 years of Bodger Johnson's rule, which has been like trying to walk through a cesspit in flippers, and after all that, the response from the Committee on Standards in Public Life is that it raises serious questions. Are you kidding me?
No.
Appearing in front of MPs, he questioned whether the Prime Minister was deliberate in withholding information from his ministerial standards czar, Lord Geit. The former MI5 chief said the public expects MPs and officials to be living up to the standards that they profess to live up to. What standards are they? I mean, to be fair, Bodger Johnson has never professed to upholding any standards whatsoever. And he's been totally successful in that. And Lord Evans of Weardale, chairman of the Committee on Standards in Public Life, was talking to the Committee on Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs. And I think that's the sound of Westminster eating itself. The chairman of the Committee on Standards in Public Life was talking to the Committee on Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs.
Oh, fabulous.
I mean, did they take a break for food and decide where to go based on the recommendations of the Committee on deciding where to have lunch? How many of these useless committees does it take to actually come to a conclusion other than lessons must be learned? Lord Evans of Weardale, chairman of the Committee on Standards in Public Life, said, I think we've seen a whole series of issues over the last few months. The Owen Paterson affair, the attempt to change the rules over standards investigations in the middle of the investigation into Mr. Paterson's actions, the questions around the redecoration of Downing Street, in particular the very bad processes that were clearly in place for keeping Lord Geit properly informed, the Green Sill affair and now Partygate. All of those, I think, have demonstrated that there is at least a carelessness amongst people in government over standards issues, and possibly no more than that. What? Is this real life, or am I hallucinating? All that and the £37 billion on an app that still doesn't work, and the dodgy PPE contracts, and the cash for honours, and the wide boy, look what fell off the back of a lorry way of this regime. And that's the conclusion of someone who used to be in MI Bloomin' 5, that Bodger and his catastrophic clown show are guilty of carelessness and possibly no more than that. Later in the session, MPs questioned whether Sue Gray, a senior civil servant in the Cabinet Office, was best placed to investigate allegations of Number 10 lockdown parties when her line manager, the head of the civil service, Simon Case, had opted to recuse himself from conducting the probe after claims that his own department had held parties. And Lord Evans said, given the personality and experience of Sue Gray, I have no doubt that she will follow the facts and come forward with her recommendations without fear or favour. And she has. She has looked into the actions of her boss, Boris Johnson, and declared that he is not guilty. At least in my mind. I'm projecting forwards. I mean, it's odd that she would even have been asked to look into it at all, given that, her findings on Bodger Johnson were to be passed on to the very same Bodger Johnson who would decide on what punishment to give Bodger Johnson. I mean, what's the point of any of this? Other than to give the regime some breathing room while they all troop in and out of TV studios saying that they can't say anything because they don't want to prejudge the inquiry by Sue Gray. Lord Evans said best practice in the corporate sector would be to hire an independent legal firm to conduct an investigation into possible rule-breaking. But we are so far past best practice, we couldn't see it from here with binoculars. And asked about Lord Evans' accusation of carelessness, the Prime Minister's official spokesmodel said, the Prime Minister expects, and of course all ministers do abide, by rules of conduct as set out, and I think the public expect that, and they expect the government to deliver on their priorities, which is what we're focused on.
What?
I mean, what does that mean? That's just filling the air with noise. Why don't they just say what they're thinking, which is, don't question us, peasant. Mart emails, can someone take the big dog down to the vets and put us out of its misery? Is that the right way around? To put it out of our misery, maybe. Paul emails, as Partygate rolls on, I can't help but think that Johnson's had more house parties than Noel Edmonds. And this email says, now I know why political parties are called parties. Yeah, the clue's in the name. We should have known all along. Josh says, having robbed a couple of banks in the 1990s, I sleep a lot easier now, knowing that Cressida Dick has not the slightest interest in bringing me to book. Well, it was a crime that happened in the past, Josh. So you're totally in the clear. I mean, it's just every day and every way it just gets more and more incredible, doesn't it? I mean, everything about it. All the cast of characters. I mean, the people from the small supporting acts right to the very, very top, to the marquee names. Each one of them playing their role to discombobulate us, to just throw us off balance, but by saying just the most incredible things. I wonder if they sort of get in a huddle and think, what can we do to them today? What just amazing thing can we say to them today that will just make their jaws drop to the floor and like, the police don't investigate crimes that happened in the past. Yeah, that'll do it. That's industrial strength gaslighting there. Excellent work. Jennifer texts, do we believe him? Do we hell? Isolation is not necessary if he tests negative and is double jabbed. Yeah, plus, since when has he been remotely bothered about any of that? Oh, he's got a family member that tested positive. Now he can't come out till Tuesday. I mean, do me a favour. What, does he think that by Tuesday all of this will have blown over? Dan texts, the Tories must be desperate. The Tories must be desperate if they've had to dig up Michael Fabricant to try and defend Bodger. Oh, did you see him on the various shows that he was on? What's going on there? I mean, what's his hair made of? Is it actually his hair, or what's happening? Because I couldn't pay attention to anything that he was saying because I was just mesmerised by this confection that he's got perched on his head. I mean, even Donald Trump's hair doesn't look that bad.
Oh, shut up!
I'm trying to be nice, Donny. How does he keep it looking like that?
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
You just don't. Super glue, it looks like. It looks like it's made out of plastic. Anyway. Maybe that's his little scheme, Michael Fabricant, to present himself looking like that, and so that nobody can pay attention to a single word that he says, because we're too busy, like, staring at his hair, going, just trying to work it out. Our minds are going, and it's just confusing. Up to our eyeballs in confusement. Abby texts, Boris was the safest pair of hands during the global pandemic. Really? Has Boris got a special magic power that the rest of us don't know of? I think that was in answer to some texter that I had some while ago. Everybody just texts and emails me now. I mean, I must have 1,000 texts and emails to get through. I'll never get through them. Can't you just talk to me on the phone and tell me what you were going to text? See, this is the problem with the younger generation now, is they absolutely flat out and totally refuse to talk to anybody on the phone. They just won't do it. They'll sit all day typing with their thumbs. And I know I've said this before, but if you told me 20 years ago that in the future kids' favourite pastime would be typing, I would have thought you'd lost your mind. But here we are. Nobody uses their phone anymore under the age of, well, I don't know, let's say 40. It's all texting. And they'll spend hours texting back and forth information that they could have, expressed by speaking in about 10 seconds. But that's what they love to do. Nobody calls anybody anymore. It's all written down. So in the future, pretty soon, I reckon, talk show hosts are just going to be reading, like Listen with Mother. Jack tweets, former square is what stupid red-coated infantry soldiers used to do when they were being shot at by a cannon. Nothing to do with stupid Eton, although incredibly the Battle of Waterloo was won on the fields of Eton, supposedly, says Jack. Zach tweets, apparently there are secret doorways around Downing Street, somewhere in underground stations where staff use to enter and leave. They don't always use the fancy public gates, proper Bond Mission Impossible style. What, you mean the back door? It's like hardly top secret. It's the back door. But yeah, I bet there are, underground tunnels where they bring all their essential supplies in.
Booze.
This says Johnson's big dog would be one of the first that rolled in fox poo and then looks at you with the what look on his face. Yeah, and wants let in straight away and wants to hop up on the white furniture. Mo says, doesn't Big Dog, also known as Bodger, come under the Dangerous Dogs Act? Well, that's a good point. Joe says, I think the first person to be sacked should be the carers, the career, the careers advisor at Eton. Careers advisor. Yeah, I went to a careers advisor once. Told me that I should be in PR. Looked at all of my various qualities and said, yeah, you should go into public relations. Me! Sheila says, you know that Boris Johnson has named Operation Save Big Dog to save him? Do you think that it was Churchill? Wait, do you think it was that Churchill called his depression his black dog and BJ likes to have the Churchill connection? Or possibly BJ is a bit depressed about the recent polls. He took a quick peek and he said, oh, never mind, Bodge. I'm sure that as soon as you leave office, all of your mates will bury you up to your eyeballs in money. Don't worry about a thing. Sutex, it seems that we now have got Brexit done, that we don't have to use metrics to buy our drink. We can go back to buying it... We can go back to buying it in suitcases. Yeah, you don't have to buy it in pints now. You can buy it in suitcases. Better. It's it's Her Majesty's Imperial system. Oh, not this tune again. No, sorry, I can't stand it. I don't know how Her Majesty stands it herself. Every time she gets out of anywhere, that strikes up. God, she must be so sick of it. Maynak tweets, how can they drink this much? Their livers must be made of steel. Hello, James.
Oh, good evening, Nick.
James.
I'm just phoning really to remind people of what we put up with as an industry, as a pub. What we had to do. We had to take half our tables out. We had to put on extra staff, 6 maximum people to a table. You had to have a meal with a drink. Do you remember that? You had to have a meal to have a drink. Mm-hmm. The Scotch egg jokes and all the rest of it was going around. You had a 2-hour maximum to sit and have your meal and a drink, and if you served a drink after the 2 hours, you were terrified that in case we had council workers crisscrossing Rydale and North Yorkshire looking for people like me as pub landlords, and I can give you stories about that, in case we broke the rules that Boris and his mediocre cabinet put in place. I am poisoned by these stories. Poisoned. I would have loved to have hosted a 30-strong party in my beer garden and made some money instead of worrying whether my business was going to close. I'm so angry with this. I'm lost for words.
Well, hold on to that anger, James, because I do think that what is true, I refer to a tweet that I read some moments ago, which I think probably has some validity, is that people are getting outrage fatigue and they just can't take it anymore. I think that's probably part of the plan, or at least what they're hoping for, is that this will all blow over and by next week people just won't want to talk about it anymore. I suspect that people don't want to talk about it now. But this stuff is important, people.
I can guarantee when I fill in my VAT for next month, for this last quarter and the quarter before, I won't forget. I won't forget filling in those figures.
Right. Okay. Well, I wish you all the best. Thanks a lot, James. 0345 6060 973. I'm sure that's what they're hoping for, that we're just going to get bored. Because people get bored, and the news media get bored as well. They want to move on. I mean, the most important part of the word news is new. And even though this outrage will just keep unfolding, and as it has, like day after day after day, people will just be like, oh, have you got anything else? Oh, I'm bored now. I want to be excited by something else. Give me something else titillating. A war. Well, that'll keep us amused for a little while. Because, it'll come with excellent shots and, rockets going off and explosions and, reports of dead people. We'll be excited by that. It won't stop us eating while we're watching the news. We'll eat straight through it, but it'll just be something new. And then they'll and this Partygate thing will just go like lower and lower and lower down the news cycle until it just drops off the end, and we're not talking about it anymore. And when you're not talking about it, it just disappears from people's consciousness, and we're not. You don't forgive it, but you just forget about it. In a couple of weeks' time, we'll probably have forgotten all about this, and they'll have got away with it again. People should hold on to this stuff. Paul tweets, Nick, always either 3 or 4 word slogans, the latest being Operation Save Big Dog. They seem obsessed with them. Well, it's because they work. I had a bloke call me last night saying, he's a legend, Boris Johnson, because he got Brexit done. And I asked him, well, what is it about Brexit that's been so fantastic for you personally? And he just came out with the 3 word slogans, got Brexit done, take back control. They're just repeating them like an automaton.
Affirmative.
Like some sort of robot.
Correct.
It works. They're easily remembered. And the rule of 3 is da-da-da-da-da. Comedians know about the rule of 3. It's not 2. And interior designers know about the rule of 3 as well. Ask Lulu. Get Lulu on the phone. She's too busy designing something hideous? Okay, we'll leave her alone. Steve emails, we're getting 20 to 30 centimetres Steve emails, he doesn't speak English very well. He said, we're getting 20 to 30 centimetres of snow here in Ottawa, Canada. Snow?
Oh, no.
He said, it's going to start tomorrow and then into Monday. First big snow of the winter. Getting my plough truck out and my snow blower ready. 20 to 30 centimetres. So what's that in Her Majesty's Imperial measurements? Let's say 30. So you double it and add 32 to get feet. So 3 times 2 is 9, and 9 plus 32 is 142. Wow. They're going to get 142 feet of snow in Ottawa, Canada over the next couple of days. Can you believe that?
No.
Astrid said, perhaps Rees-Mogg was recovering that time that he was lying on the benches. Yeah, he'd had a good meeting. Oh, God, can you imagine that bloke dance? 0345 6060 973. He'd be like one of those super marionette. It'd be like someone out of Thunderbirds. Let's have South Shields. Hello, Joanne.
Oh, hi, Nick. I'm first-time caller.
Oh, welcome along.
What it is, I nearly spat my tea out under my... Honestly, with the fabricant sort of quip about his hair.
Mm.
And what it reminded me of is Phil Spector, when he was up in court for sort of murder. He wore a blonde afro wig, and it's just made me think, what is it with crazy blonde hair? Boris, Trump, fabricant,
right,
and others. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I think there's something going on.
Very suspicious. Well spotted there, Joanne.
Yeah, just want to say I love the show, and that gives me such a laugh. So take care.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
What a nice lady. There you are, you see? 0345 6060 973. Very, very suspicious. That whole blonde hair thing. You people look ridiculous.
Oh, shut up!
No offence. Your husband's hair is ridiculous, Melania.
I don't care.
She's not that bothered. Luke texts, people are focusing just on the fact that Johnson lies, but if we don't even include the dishonesty, what should be the real reason is that he's not fit for PM is the fact that he's too privileged. Yeah, it's not a good grounding, really, to have sailed through life having not suffered the consequences of any of your actions. Of every mess you've created being cleaned up by other people. By just being able to ruffle your hair and go, paw! And people go, oh, he's doing his best. Not a good grounding for being the leader of a country. I think you should have had, a couple of hiccups along the way. Just one would have been good. Let's have a call in Limoges. James.
Good morning, Nick.
Yes, bonsoir.
Bon matin, maintenant.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Over here it is, anyway. Oh, it is over there,
It
isn't
is here, too, yeah.
Yeah. You had a caller on last night, made me smile, actually, that he was glad we came out of the EU because Mrs. Merkel was our dictator.
A dictator, yeah.
Yeah. And I've been thinking since now she's stepped down, perhaps Angela Merkel would quite like to come over and run the country properly instead of Bodger.
God, wouldn't that be marvellous? Actually get somebody who knows how to do it.
Yeah, somebody knows what they're doing as well.
Yeah. Who is
and why they're doing it.
Right, who is unencumbered with the stink of the regime.
That's right. And one who would let refugees in without having to go to India for them.
Plus, great accent. Speaking English. I would pay a little bit of money to hear her doling out instructions in a German accent. Why not?
Do you ever remember that photograph of her and Macron having a giggle together?
Well, yeah, that's become a meme, yeah.
That was brilliant. I saw it having that blown up and framed on the wall.
Yes, and it was used today. It's like Macron and Merkel just in hysterics, and they use it all the time on the internet. And the one today was, did you hear that he's called himself Big Dog now? They're just breaking up. Thanks, James. 0345 6060 973. Limoges he was in. Oh, I should have asked him what the weather was like. Oh, well, never mind. Now we'll never know. I hope it was awful, because if it wasn't, I'll be very upset. Luke texts, I've read that. Millie tweets, it's a pity the voting public didn't read the small print before voting Bodger de Pfeffel Johnson in. I bet there's a clause that says, I wasn't there, I didn't do it. Yeah, whatever it is you're thinking about, it weren't me, I ain't done nothing. It was like that when I got here. The Bart Simpson defence. And now he's going to force people out, so we're being led to believe, in order to save his own skin. As though that's what we want, the public. We just want some, like a couple of suits that we've never heard of, to be forced to resign, and then everything will be okay. Can they possibly believe that we are that stupid? Yes, I think they probably do. With, you'd have to admit, some justification. I mean, it's our fault that this lot are there in the first place. It didn't happen by accident. We voted them in. Or at least a minority of the people in this country voted them in, which was enough to give them a majority with this undemocratic system that we have. Stepney Green. Hello, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, that last caller, he wanted Merkel in, who ran the country.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all you need to do is put a little moustache under her hooter and put a pair of fire boots on and give her a whip, and she'd have been passed for Hitler's daughter.
Really? Is that what you think?
Yeah.
Because why, though? She's German?
Yeah.
Okay, good thinking there, Pat. What do you do for a living? Please don't say teacher. 0345 6060 973. You see what I'm saying? The political class, the Conservative Party, think that we're stupid with good reason. Simon Marks tweets out of Washington, our excellent LBC Washington correspondent, who is wasting his time listening to this show. He says, caller on this show on LBC suggests that now Angela Merkel has time on her hands. Perhaps she would consider lending her services to the UK and take over from Bodger Johnson. Which, come to think of it, says Simon, pretty good idea. Get an actual real-life professional in. That's not a bad idea, actually, is it? I mean, the companies do that all the time. You know, there's some grand CEO comes in, parachutes in, on a cloud of money, and then runs a company for 5 years. It's usually the 5 years, and then they're out and they've made $100 million, and then they go and do it again on the next company. Regardless of their performance, these people always seem to get another job, don't they? They may have buried the last company into the ground, but they can just lightly skip away from the misery that they've caused and go and earn another £100 million somewhere else. Well, how about people who run countries? I mean, Germany seems to be doing all right, compared to pretty much everywhere else. Maybe Angela, not Angela, there's nothing angular about her. Angela Merkel, maybe you want to come and help us in our hour of need. Appreciate it, Angela. We'll have a whip round for you. Let's have Peterborough. Paul.
Hello.
Paul.
Hello, Nick. First-time caller.
Good man.
Excellent show. I was just thinking the Conservative Party should have their own national anthem by Shaggy. It wasn't me. And Boris the Big Dog can be Shaggy Dog.
Shaggy Dog. Yes, excellent work there, Paul. Can you sing it for us?
No. Not with my Scottish accent,
right.
no.
Okay, good.
You'd lose listeners.
That's even better, yeah. All right, thanks, mate. 0345 6060 973. Paul says, have you noticed how quiet the right-wing free speech advocates are about Priti Patel's policing bill that will squash equal rights and environmental protests that Pritzker and chums find inconvenient? Actually, I think the right-wing free speech advocates are doing a little happy dance. I bet they're absolutely giddy at the prospect of some long hairs getting the belt. And they'll say, well, if they'll come out with that old, if you haven't done anything wrong, then you've got nothing to worry about. Right. You keep believing that. This is this police and crime bill they're talking about. Then they got the big vote, today. No, wait. No, it's Saturday into Sunday. Monday. Yvette Cooper, the MP, the Shadow Home Secretary, said the policing bill should have been an opportunity to tackle violence against women, improve support for victims of crime and keep communities safe. But the government's priority has been to use the bill to bring in rushed powers that are incredibly widely drawn. For example, allowing the police to stop and search anyone in the vicinity of a protest, including passers-by, people on the way to work and peaceful protesters. And the Labour Lords have put forward an alternative, sensible approach, she says, that improves training and guidance for the police and lets councils take action against threatening anti-vax protests outside schools, as well as clear plans and blah, 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 and so on and so forth. But it looks like Labour members of the House of Lords are going to vote down this, what they call a dangerous power grab, this police and crime bill, which is the one that will basically make protesting against the regime illegal. Can't do it. 51 weeks in jail for you, sunshine. You can't even think about registering a complaint. I mean, it's just amazing what's happening. It's like a third world country. What is going on? Well, we're all concentrating on them having a party. They're making it. They're basically installing themselves as dictators. But of course, they wouldn't put it like that. They're just trying to keep us safe. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Keeping us safe. Bromley. Oops. What have I done there? Bromley. Hello, Mick.
Oh, yeah.
Mick.
Yeah, I was on the train today, coming up from Bromley to Victoria. And before you got on the train, all you can hear is, you must wear a mask, you must wear a mask.
Yeah.
Gets on the train, 3 people in my carriage, no mask on.
No.
The guard comes through, he's got no mask on. I don't know what he's doing, but he isn't checking any tickets or anything. He walked through no mask. So I get to Victoria, I was up to information. I said, the driver is actually wearing a mask, because I see him get off the train, he's got a mask on.
The driver?
The driver.
The guy is in a cabin on his own. He's wearing a mask. Oh, good.
He's wearing a mask, which is good, yeah. Goes up to information. I said, who enforces your masks? The police. I said,
right.
well, why is the guard on the train? What's he there for then? Well, he's there to check tickets. I said, well, shouldn't he wear a mask? He might be exempt. So I said, should he be doing that job if he's exempt? I said, he's walking through a carriage, the train with maybe 100 people on it, maybe more.
See, I didn't catch that first time round when you just said that, because I was concentrating on the people on the train not wearing a mask. I didn't realise that you were saying that the actual blooming guard wasn't wearing a mask as he was coming through either.
Yeah, he weren't wearing a mask, so he never pulled anyone, all the people up on the train not wearing a mask. So I get to the other end and I goes up to the information. I said, who enforces the mask on your trains?
Yeah.
The police.
Right.
So I said, well, what's the guard there for? Oh, he's there to look after your security and check the tickets.
Did you feel secure?
Well, that's what I said to her. I said, so he could have COVID. We're all wearing the mask, the people who are wearing the mask. We're trying to stop us, even if we've got COVID, trying to stop other people getting COVID. The guard's walking through. If he had COVID, he's giving it to all the people as he's walking through.
Every single one of them.
So she turns around and says, I said, well, should he be doing that job? She said, well, what can you do? I said, well, couldn't you put him on other duties if they're not wearing masks? Because if they mix him with the public like he is, he shouldn't be doing that job. I said, couldn't you put him on the platform?
Oh, I don't know. It seems like you're asking a lot of questions, and Mick, you're lucky to be still out of jail.
Well, the thing is, we need them guards because that's why they're going on strike. So, I'm putting my support behind them guards because we really need them for security. Give me COVID.
Right. Okay. Okay. That's an unsolicited testimonial in favour of guards, I think. Not really. Oh, my God. I was at the gym the other day, and I could not believe my eyes. There was this bloke. He looked like the illest bloke you've ever seen, not on a hospital bed. It looked like he was entirely made out of wax. His entire being looked like he was about to die. Covered in sweat, not from exercise, just generally, because he wasn't doing much other than cough. And he was coughing and coughing and coughing and coughing. And he would move from one machine to the next, and he would sit there, and it would take him like a couple of minutes of coughing before he could compose himself to do a couple of reps. And people were just gawping at him like, what is going on here? Why is that bloke not in an ambulance? Why is he here? Shaven-headed moron. Every single person in that gym who got anywhere near him was going to get whatever it is that was making him suffer. How can you be that stupid to go to a gym, an enclosed space, and cough and cough and cough and cough? I mean, I'm amazed that he didn't actually keel over and die right there. He looked like the sickest person I've ever seen walking about. He looked like a melting candle. He looked a bit like Lord Frost. He looks like a melting candle as well. Has he said anything recently about the regime?
Yes.
Yeah, he seems to be really eager as an unelected bureaucrat to stick his oar in. And people are paying attention. I don't know why. He's the bloke that signed that huge and tremendous deal with the European Union, and before his ink was dry on that paper, he said, well, it's the worst deal I've ever seen in my life. This is a terrible deal. What idiot negotiated this deal, he said. But anyway, this bloke, and then he goes and starts talking to one of the people that work there. All right, mate. Like practically face to face. There's absolutely no way that the person who worked at this gym could not tell that guy was sick. I'm amazed that they didn't run away screaming. I mean, I know it looks like that we're coming out of it, but we've still got a blooming pandemic going, crying out loud. And people that... I mean, I was actually making eye contact with other people in the gym, which you know, as you probably know, never, ever happens. And we were suffering together. It was a bit of like the Blitz, like wartime spirit. We were looking at each other and raising our eyes to the ceiling. Like, God, can you believe it? Like that. But of course we didn't say anything because he looked like the sort of bloke who would kick off and go like that as soon as you questioned him. It's exactly what he looked like. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. Anyway, maybe he's maybe he will have passed on to a better place. Like Essex, for instance. Maybe he was just passing through. Wouldn't that be great? I wanted to kill him, but you're not allowed to do that because of the European Union. More texts and emails. Rob texts, Sue Gray's investigation is not independent. Bojo is her boss, says Rob, who obviously has not got the memo that Sue Gray is fiercely independent. Al texts, it's the soon-to-be Lady Sue Gray to you. Yes. Bedford, hello, Linda.
Hiya, Nick. I wonder if I can ask you a favour before I get on to my point. Whoever it is that works your show up the internet, they keep cutting you off at the end.
Huh?
And, so like, for example, because unfortunately I fell asleep last night, but you were saying something about what's going to happen to Johnson, and you said, I predict there'll be, or something like that.
Yeah.
And it was like, he'll still be around, and then by whenever. And it was like, oh no, so now I don't know what you said.
Oh no.
Frustrating. Very frustrating, and it's happened before. So I just thought if you wouldn't mind having a word with them and saying, please can they make sure they get right to the end? So they don't leave us hanging on.
Right. Well, that must be very annoying. I mean, they cut the end bit. If they cut the beginning off, that wouldn't have been so serious. But the end part, that was the best part.
And it was like, I was left hanging. What were you going to say? When's it going to be around till?
Well, I think he's going to be around till the next election, and I bet he blooming well wins the next election as well.
Well, I know that's the worry, and that was really why I'm ringing. And I think there's lots of people that are really angry, but it frustrates me. I've been involved in politics and trade union movement most of my life, and I just feel that it's undermining the political democratic process, everything that he's doing. And it's like he doesn't really care about politics, doesn't care about anybody, does it, but himself. But it's that sense of duty and honour. And actually, if you think about it, he's prime minister, and minister is giving to others, isn't it? Ministering to others. And yet he's not giving to anyone. And I just feel that when you undermine people's confidence in the system, we end up in a situation that we're in now where you've got that division. They play on people's division. People don't want to get involved in politics, and if they do, they're seen as, you're just in it for yourself. And that doesn't do anybody any good at all.
No, we get to the point where people think, they're all like that, and that's not true.
And it's not true. And I just think, honestly, it must be wrong, because I'm remembering various Tories over the years, but I think, what a shame they're not still around. And if you look at what happened, actually, they basically had a cull of all the decent people. You might not agree with them politically, but you knew they were decent, they were honourable people, that really cared about the country and the future of the country. And they stood up by, in terms of their morals and their values.
Well, I mean, let's not get carried away. They weren't saints. I'm sure that they were in it for themselves when the opportunity arose, but they weren't like this
Dominic
shower.
Grieve, I'm thinking about, people like Dominic Grieve. Even Theresa May, I've actually had a lot more respect for lately. And you think, well, somewhere in all of that, I just don't know what you stand for, except that you stand for yourself. And so what they're doing is, again, it's like everybody's looking and saying, well, you look after your mates, don't you? They'll get all the big, juicy contracts. You make sure they have everything that they need. And even just to the extent of the decorating, and you think somebody like Gordon Brown, and I'm not a Labour Party member, by the way, but, somebody like Gordon Brown, who I don't think did hardly anything when he moved in, because that wasn't his priority. His priority was the country and the good of the country.
You know, when you hear old prime ministers speak, and I'm talking about John Major or Gordon Brown, it's almost like a revelation. It's almost like watching a 1970s television documentary.
Exactly.
It's so alien to what we're used to today, because today TV documentaries are like Boris Johnson. That people wave their arms around and they're very colourful, and you know they're cycling towards the camera as they're telling you information. They're always trying to grab your attention by doing something wacky.
Yeah.
Whereas in the old days on TV, it used to be one person, one serious person in close-up talking at length to the camera. No flashy visuals, no colour, no music, none of that. And those old politicians, they're like that. And you look at Gordon Brown, and regardless of the content of what it is he's saying, you think, blimey, he looks prime ministerial. This is a serious person who you would think should be maybe running a country, not this clown show that we got going on here.
Exactly. And I think that's the trouble, is that people they've been told, and they've probably been taught, you know, this is the way to capture the imagination, and it's not about substance anymore. It's
showmanship.
You know, it's just all about showmanship.
Yeah. It's
and
Trump.
style.
The Trumpification of this nation continues.
Yes, and because obviously Trump was successful at what he did, but I think the damage, that's what really, really scares me, is the damage this is doing to the country, the way it is kind of creating, you know, we are the enemy if we are, you know, not them, as it were.
Yeah.
Or we'll make our enemies will be the immigrants, our enemies will be the skivers as we see them. I mean, the way we treat families now, in terms of the 2-child policy, the bedroom tax, all that kind of stuff that has come along and just pushed the people that are already struggling down further, and then told them that it's not the government's fault, it's other people's fault. And even when you were saying earlier about the energy bills that they're all getting paid for, because it's not their money, they don't care. I mean, just look at, it's not that long ago when it was the big expensive scandal, and it was, you know, building houses for ducks when there were people that didn't, in the real world, that didn't have houses at all. And you just think, this is the world they live in. And like you say, they feel they're entitled. There's that entitlement that this is what I was born to. This is what I should be doing. The ordinary people aren't capable of governing themselves.
Well, it's there's a thing that's going around on the internet, a slogan underneath a picture of Jacob Rees-Mogg in a top hat, and it says something like, you know, you poor people, you complain about being poor, but you decided to be born to poor parents. Curious. And that about sums it up. Yeah. Linda, thanks for that. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Ricky tweets, so the Tory party has started a Twitter campaign, back Bodger. That's right, they have. They're all on board with the Operation Save Big Dog. Save Fat Labrador. Boris Johnson's drawing up a list of officials to offer resignations over Partygate in a bid to salvage his premiership. Dubbed Operation Save Big Dog by the Prime Minister himself. I don't know, maybe his illness is fogging his mind. The blueprint includes a drive to work out which heads should roll following the publication of senior official Sue Gray's findings, as well as highlighting the Prime Minister's achievements. Achievements? Well, there was, you know, the time that he... Any thoughts on your achievements, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
So that's a no. Dan Rosenfield, Boris Johnson's Chief of Staff, and Martin Reynolds, his private secretary and author of the Bring Your Own Bottle email, are thought to be possible candidates for departure.
Bye-bye.
A broadly accepted idea is that at least one senior political appointee and a senior official must be seen to leave Downing Street over the affair, as both groups share blame, two Whitehall sources said. No. I don't know who they're playing to, but we are the audience. It's like they've got their backs to us and are playing to themselves. We're over here. We're behind you. We don't care about a couple of functionaries that we've never heard of. Send in the clown.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
The Save Big Dog plan includes a communications grid. This comprises lines for supportive ministers to take in press interviews, emphasising a contrite Prime Minister and listing his achievements amid the difficult choices posed by the pandemic. This is what we've got to come. It's going to be a tsunami of Greece. His achievements, the difficult choices. Well, let's go through them, shall we? He squired an American business person who had a stripper pole in her front room. He got someone else to pay for his furniture and wallpaper and food and holidays. So there's that. There was the honours for cash thing. That time he tried to change the rules on what was allowed to happen that was previously forbidden in a desperate attempt to save a mate. And the lying, there was a lot of that. He lied to the Queen, he lied to his ethics advisor, he lied to Parliament, he lied to us over and over again. And, of course, the serial breaking of the rules that were enforced on us with threats of fines and jail. Have I missed anything? The operation also includes sanding out support among backbenchers for possible leadership rivals, including Chancellor billionaire cashmere hoodie model and full-time admirer of his own reflection, Fishy Sunak, and Foreign Secretary, the Brains Trust. I mean, even Keir Starmer would have a chance against those two in an election. Things are looking up, Sir Keir. Officials refused to confirm or deny if Boris Johnson was aware of these parties, including the one that he already admitted that he was at. He's admitted that he was at one party, but not whether that party actually existed. I think that's where we are. Downing Street also refused to comment on the existence of a plan to save his imperial bodgeness, and when asked about the name Operation Save Big Dog, a spokesmodel said, "We absolutely do not recognise this phrase." So it's true then?
Correct.
Polling for The Independent revealed 70% are calling him for him to quit. The survey by Savanta found 21% backed the Prime Minister to stay in power. 68% did not consider his apology, in which he claimed he did not realise a bring-your-own-booze gathering in his garden was a party, to be genuine. They think you're telling porkies, Bodger. You know what a porky is, don't you?
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World it has
Peppa Pig?
Peppa Pig
is the right answer. Mike texts, will Sue Gray be able to investigate when the next party will be, and can we go, seeing as though we're probably paying for it? I bet we actually are. Tina said, I mean, he doesn't pay for anything else, does he? He doesn't pay for anything else. Doesn't pay for his food, and he doesn't pay for his holiday, and doesn't pay for his furniture or his wallpaper or anything. Always complaining that he ain't got no money.
Stop whining.
I bet we are paying for it, every little bit of it. And for the team of cleaners to come in and vacuum the vomit out the carpets as well. Tina says, Prince Philip died on the 9th of April, which was a Friday. Do you think they still had their regular Friday night of drunken debauchery? That would be absolutely dreadful if they did, says Tina. Well, which way would you bet? Yeah, me too. They partied on the eve of his funeral, so what difference does it make? I'll think about this one. Simon says, simple question to ask the Tory voters, would these party shenanigans have happened at number 10 if the erstwhile Mrs. Thatcher was Prime Minister? Well, let's think about that.
No.
No chance. Can you imagine? So Johnson's got to go, says Simon. Yorkshire. Hey up, Mike.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. This business about wait for the report thing.
Yeah.
What do you think the tactics are with all this? Because unless they know it's going to be bland and leave a load of riddle room and arguing and everything else, what they're doing is pointless.
I believe it's absolutely, completely and utterly pointless.
So why are they doing it? Because these people might be disreputable idiots, but they're not stupid. So there has to be a reason why they're going down that route.
It's the default reaction of all politicians. When stuck in a corner, they say, it will launch an investigation, and I can't say anything further about it because I don't want to prejudge the investigation. And then they just stick it on a back burner, and that's the end of it.
And it gets 2 weeks extra? Is it worth it? Wouldn't you be planning your more, how can I put it? I'm looking for the word here. How can you leave graciously, a gracious leaving, and I'm doing this for the benefit of the party, and I realise and doing it all for his own posterity benefit, but to try and stick it out and then get thrown out in 2 weeks.
Yeah, but he won't get thrown out. It doesn't matter what Sue Gray's report says. Boris Johnson is in charge of releasing whatever part of that report that he wants. So if it says something bad about him, then it's entirely probable that he won't release that part. He'll say that I've read through the report in great detail, and I want to be very clear that I emerge smelling as sweet as a summer rose, and no further action needs to be taken. Next,
he has promised to publish it.
Yeah, well, it doesn't make any difference. It makes absolutely no difference whatsoever. By the time it's out, what is it? The end of next week, we will all be talking about something else. We will have moved on. The 24-hour news cycle is ravenous for news stories. People are all, and these days, people's attention span is about 3 minutes. If you continue talking about something for more than 3 minutes, people fall asleep. They go into just like a trance. They're just so bored. They want something new all the time. People will be just sick of talking about this. They just won't want to do it anymore. They'll want something new and shiny and something else to get animated about. It'll probably be, I don't know, the dinghy people. Or somebody will stow in the back of a lorry, or, God, I don't know. It'll be something. Don't worry about it.
If people want something new, what they ought to do is read the letter from 300 clinicians and psychologists about the police crime sentencing and court spell, which is saying that young people will be seriously impacted and it'll have a really bad effect.
That's
eco stuff.
Right. The reason for that is that young people didn't go out and vote.
No, but young people do the eco stuff, and this is directed against young people.
Right, and they don't vote. They might glue their face to the road, but they don't vote, so it doesn't make any difference. You get nothing if you don't vote.
But if they're not allowed to protest, hopefully that will prompt them to vote.
No, too late. If you don't protest before the law comes in to prevent you from protesting, it's too late. There's a slow-moving coup happening right now. They're trying to, just like they are in America, trying to restrict your ability to vote. All this, you got to have a photographic ID. Well, guess which party's supporters are less likely to have a photographic ID? Conservative or Labour? Guess. Of course. It's not a coincidence. They're taking every trick out of the Republicans' playbook. Just make it as difficult as possible for your opposition to vote, thereby making it increasingly easy for you to get elected in forever. I mean, it's a tiny minority of the people in this, well, not a tiny minority, but it's a minority of the people in this country that have given the Conservative Party the majority of the seats. I mean, even if it was an accurate reflection of the population at large, which I don't believe, but it was something like 46% of the voters, and they got 55% of the seats. What a system. Rigged in their favour, and they're trying to rig it ever more. And if you don't protest now, then it's too late to protest afterwards, because it will be illegal. But I guess you knew that, kids, when you didn't go out and vote last time. Oh, yeah, but I was just, bored. I didn't want to. They're all the same, they'll say. Thanks, Mike. Got to move on. I'm going to take Al in Edinburgh. Al.
Hi. God, I hope sometime we get back to some boring stability. That'd be good.
Yes. Yeah.
Anyway, right. God, there are a few things. Funny enough, on that last call, it reminded me of the Scottish independence vote, where they reduced the voting age to 16. And initially, I thought, actually, maybe that's not such a great idea, but actually, it worked out quite well because, well, depending on your point of view, of course, but. It was the youngsters and I think, what can I say, the oldsters, who voted to stay in the not the EU, the UK, I think. And when you heard 16-year-olds being interviewed, they've made some pretty good arguments for staying as well. They'd really thought about the issues and were well engaged. So I thought that was quite impressive. But as far as Bodger's concerned, he's just left a trail of damage. He's done zero benefit to the UK.
Yeah, like an out-of-control fat Labrador. Yeah, just charges through a living room, knocking stuff over.
Yeah, and when you see a contrast between him and other politicians, I think you mentioned earlier, but when I remember seeing Obama a while ago.
Yeah.
And the quality of speech and
looks presidential, looks smart, rather than someone who's just got an act. That
I know, and I think you were saying this tactic of Bodger just hiding until anger settles down. I think that's quite right. He's probably hoping for Ukraine to explode.
Exactly. Yeah, rootin' tootin' shootin' Putin could do him a favour.
Yeah. I wondered if actually there are grounds. I wonder if there's a mechanism for actually getting rid of a PM if there are medical grounds. So, well, I'm being quite serious in a way because you can remember.
I don't think he's that sick. I don't think he's sick at all. He's claiming that a family member has got the COVID, and now he wants to obey the rules. Yeah, sure he does.
No, I was thinking in terms of.
I know what you were thinking. But I think he's not mentally enfeebled. It's an act. He can tuck his shirt in and he can do his hair. It's just that it's very against brand to do both those things. Thanks, Al. James texts, Fishy Sunak. I don't think it's wise to trust any man whose trouser legs sit 4 inches above his ankles. Well, it's certainly not wise to trust his tailor. So there's that. Feltham. Hello, Ian.
Hello, Nick. I want to stick up for the Bodge.
Yes.
Now, there was a young lady, I don't know how you want, waxing lyrical about Gordon Brown and making the comparison between chap who's prudent, Gordon Brown, and the Bodge. Now, Gordon Brown broke this nation by bailing out the banks. He also
No,
he didn't.
He bankrupted the nation by bailing out the banks. Do you have any idea what would have happened if the banks had fallen over? I mean, have you got any money in a bank, Ian?
Yes.
Right, and you would have been queuing up with 1 million other people outside your bank in desperate hope that they would actually have some cash left to give you some of your money back, is what would have happened, Ian. So just think about that for a couple of seconds. 65 million people would have been getting out of bed at 5 a.m. to go and join a queue outside their bank to get their money back if they hadn't bailed out the banks. This was not to defend banks at all, but we needed to do that at that moment. And we had somebody calm enough to actually take the lead in that regard. Him and the Americans. So you can't put that in his negative column. You can put lots of other things in his negative column. Just his whole mean. Like that whole thing, for instance. But he does seem presidential compared to you-know-who.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, that guy.